Sweet. Hey there, welcome back guys. We're live. This is Soldering for Beginners. We're going to be building an FM AM radio, which is great. So without any further ado, let's get started. All our parts are here. I just need to make sure everything is working out just right for you so that you can hear me, I can hear me, I can see me, as you know. Welcome back to Everything That Glitches, because you can't make this up. Sometimes things work, and when they work, they work. When they don't work, well, you know, we've been down that road before, and we know how that movie ends. So I'm just going to go here to make sure, because you can't make this up. Sometimes things work. When it doesn't echo. Great. So our sync offset is working. If you need trouble fixing that for your streams, I have a video that shows you how to do that. So again, if you look here, we have our FM AM radio. Just going to go out to my editor right here, if it lets me. There we go. And we're just going to go to Samsung Me Stuff. See? So this is an original one, right? But as you can see, according to Moore's law, everything will get smaller over time. And this is the original chip, which is huge. And actually the chip to the game we had built in the past was huge too. But then as time goes by, those chips become smaller. And now the brains to make the magic happen and help your radio function are like itty bitty bitty. And who knows, next year's version could be even smaller, right? So, you know, you just never know. But we do know it's going to get smaller. We just don't know which components will be downsized. We definitely move anything out of the way that might accidentally become a casualty of the war, like our drone, right? We definitely want this little guy right here. We're gonna there's another video coming out with this because we're gonna redo that. I just have to find some parts for it. I need a screw for that and some other stuff, other components, which are probably in a flight controller kit or something else. Anyway, you're not the star today, so we'll just put that on the side. Save these extra phone pieces. You never know when you might need them, depending on what you're working on in your lab. Dead fuse, which can maybe one day I'll show you guys how continuity works. We already measured the parts, right? So there's no need to go in again. And I think this is for the drone. Looks like it's for the 04 unit. That'll have to go into its box. And we have some stiff stuff in the plastic baggies. Okay, we have some other drone parts. Remember, anything that has nothing to do with today should not be laying around. So we're just going to take this and put this in here. And just see what else is in here. What inside this goodie bag? Because honestly, I don't know. Oh, little grommets, it looks like. We don't need any. This looks like for a flight controller or some sort of. Wait, and screws too, but not the ones I need. All right, so that will go in here. Okay. Remember, we already measured everything. We already tested it, so we know that these components work. Brian's lab. Hey, what's up, Brian? Good to see you. We have a soldering. Let's see what he said. And everyone else. Yeah, no one's here yet. It's just us. So we're just going to tinker away. And this is for the USB connector thing. I remember Brian saying that it may not be possible. But we're going to experiment anyway. We're going to experiment on the older radio and see if we can get it to power up or blow up, right? Because it does work. But I have these little USB-C connectors here. Because I want to see what happens if I attach it to the if it lets us open it. Maybe we're not meant to do this today if it's not letting us open it. Oh, I see why. They really taped this shut. Usually they don't do that, but this is the USB-C. How's it going, Brian? How is everything? How was your day off? I actually have off today. I go back to work tomorrow. See, it's got the two wires here. Right, and then let me just move this out of the way so that, and if we solder it, remember if there's no shit might blow up, but see right here we got two little prongs right there. So if we can take that off, we're not going to be able to, it'll be an extension. I just don't remember which one is the positive And which one is the negative on this? Oh, you know what? It should tell you right here. No, it doesn't. It just says DC. I see the plus sign on that side, but I'm not sure if that's referring to this. Oh man. See, and this is, oh well, we could always put it on the battery connectors. And what's the worst that could happen if it's reversed, right? See, that's the only downside to this. Today, just sat in on a jazz piano live stream, then saw you were running one at the top of the hour. So here I am. Oh, that's so cool. I remember one time I went to the Blue Note jazz thingy in New York City. Looks like it goes like that. It was really interesting because I had, oh, it looks like maybe positives there. I don't know. Brian would know for sure. Like which side's the positive and which side doesn't say, to be honest with you, on this thing. And I'd hate to mess it up. Right? See? Like that. You can't go wrong if you connect it directly to the battery. But the battery connectors are the battery connectors, but you know, you have plus and negative. But on this USB-C thing, you know, we can always measure. I don't know. We'll see. That's why we make these videos so you don't have to. And when I had gone to the Blue Note, it was really interesting. They had open mic night. Apparently the band that was performing lost their lead singer, right? They were trying to jazz it up by doing an open mic to scout out, you know, like if you can sing, like an improv way. I didn't go up and sing, but they were, you know, you just had to feel the blues, like in Steve Martin, The Jerk, like, Mama, I found it, I found myself, and they starts dancing. But I remember the song that they were playing, you know, that was pretty cool, was Nick Went to the Drugstore, because apparently the last guy who had gone up was Nick, right? And then Nick was singing. He was all right, but he didn't really like, I don't know, he didn't really mix well with the group. And then when the lead jazz performer went back up, you know, to show people how it was done, because when Nick left, he's like, I gotta go to the drugstore. And then he started singing in jazz. He's like, Nick went to the drugstore, but I don't think he's coming back. Something like that. Nick went to the drugstore, but no. Something like that. It was really, sometimes it's hit or miss with the jazz, you know? But it was all right. But I was like, hey, why don't you just take over like Phil Collins, right? Because he was doing pretty good. All right, so we're probably going to put in the 1K resistors first, which are right here. We already measured the parts on a previous stream. We tested them. They work. For those of you who maybe we'll test one out for you guys. But as you can see, we just need to make sure that the parts go in where they're supposed to. So on the board right here, it says 1K resistors. I just wish I had the instructions to this, to be honest with you. But honestly, I think we'll be all right. Do we have a potentiometer? Yeah, this thing right here that turns. All right, we'll be okay. So let's see what. Yes, you can. How many wires are available on that USB-C connector? Let's see what Brian says. You cannot simply solder a USB-C connector to a spot that calls for a USB-A or the power connector. 100% incompatible. You need extra circuitry. Bummer. All right, we're gonna try it though. Bummer. I'm not gonna try it on this one though. Yeah. And there are two wires though. There are two wires. It sounds like it's a programming issue. All right. Well, you know, it happens that way. It's a little bit of a bummer. You cannot simply decide that two wires on that port will be the positive and negative power line. Yeah, I know. We just found that out the hard way, Brian. See, thank you for that, though. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. I was like, wait, where's the positive and where's the negative? It doesn't work that way. You'll ruin your radio. A little bit of a bummer. It would be nice, though. Like, you could bring your stuff in to Brian's lab and then be like, hi, you know, I don't want to use micro USB-C anymore. And was either 1K? Yeah, the 1K. I want to upgrade my, my Nintendo whatever to USB-C, but nah, it doesn't work that way. All right, so we're gonna leave it as is because we do not want to blow it up. And so the hardest part's gonna be this right here. I hate this part, getting these resistors. So resistors, it doesn't matter how it goes in, but if you've been following me, I like for them to be uniform in color, but when you put your meter on your resistor, no matter which way your meter goes, it's just going to measure the same. Left, right, right, left, you're going to get 1K, right? But to like make, because since the radio is transparent, right, and beautiful, I want to, whatchamacallit, oh wow, interesting, you can pull like that. I want it to be all the colors to line up correctly. There is no correctly for me, for the visual aspect of things, that's all. Because remember, the radio is transparent, you can see through it. And the hardest part is bending these things. I think they have resistor benders, right? Like, so that you can get them into the board. Let's see. Yep, that looks about. So now I'm going to flip it around. Looks like the bigger band, right, is going the other way. But again, you can't go wrong with the resistors. You can't be like, oh, you have that guy does it like that. Nope, there's no rhyme or reason. But for me, I want to rhyme and reason because I want it to. Oh wow, that one looks better than the other one. Nice. Yeah, I just want it to go in a certain way. Now this part's a little bit tricky. We could use tape. I'm going to put 4 in. The painter's tape to help keep them somewhat uniform so they're not, going the other way. You can probably buy another kit that provides USB-C capabilities to the microcontroller base project. You can make a USB-C power supply, for instance. Oh yeah, I like that. I think they have that. Great idea, Brian. I'm gonna look that up on Amazon. I've seen a couple of those USB power supplies. I remember back in the day when I was young, that was one of the things, after I took a computer course and, to repair, and at the end of the course, you got to build a power supply. It's the beginning, you were learning about computers, chips, and NAND gates, and resistors, transistors, and, using whatever. And then in the end, you got to build a power supply. But they had a working power supply for introductory. And then we would just blow up capacitors, for fun. It's like, oh my god, that's so cool, I never knew that. And it's like firecrackers without going to Chinatown. Oh, so this one looks like looks pretty good. Well, we don't need the keyboard here since that's like a distraction. I have so many videos to record next week, literally. It's like I got the peak. Let me see. Yeah, they look pretty good to me. Alright, so we have the R2, which is the 1K, right? And then we have 2 left. Alright, and then we have, oh, this is 1K. Yeah, I was like, wait, is this 10K? Let me just double check. 510, okay. And these are 2 10Ks. Okay, good. And then just keep looking around to see if there are any other 1Ks spots. Yep, I see a 1K spot there. This way we can just drop them in. Yeah, but the hardest part, because back in the day, it wasn't as easy as this. Everything was done on the wafer board. And then when you built it on the wafer board, you're like, oh, wow, that's so cool. I got this. But on the wafer board, it's put on this way, right? And then when you build it and solder it, you solder it the other way. So it's like backwards. So it's like, oh, wait, my power supply is not working. It would, like, and I hated building it the other way around because it was never right side up. It was like upside down, so it was like, damn it, if only everything was on a wafer board, Wouldn't that be so much easier? Yeah, it would actually. I think I took the wrong one. Yeah, this is a 10K. No. Yeah, I took, see, and that's why. I was like, wait, the colors don't match. Yeah, this is a 10K. And that's where you could use your machine, your multimeter. And if you know how to read the colors, I think it was like, I forget what it was. It was bad beer rots our young guts, but vodka goes well. Something like that. I forget. But now you don't need to know anything. You just drop it right in here to your little meter. You just set it and forget it. And then you just turn it on. Right, and make sure this should measure a 1K or no K, por K. And then I have to check out Brian's old jazz live performance. Some jazz is good, and then some jazz I'd like, when are you guys gonna start the music? You know, like, when's this music gonna pick up? Like, it's real. All right, 994. It's close to 1K. So that's why you want to check your parts and, you know, not accidentally put them in the wrong spot. So that's a 1K. Another 1K, no K, por K. This one is okay. I don't have to let it line up because it's going in portrait mode. So it's not going to, you know, make or break the experience. But yeah, the Blue Note. It's better to watch live jazz performance because if you go to the jazz club, it's expensive, man. To drink, like a freaking drink is like $25 or something. Unless it's a bring your own booze place, you know. But that's really cool. I'll have to check out to see what live performances are happening. They have live performances in New York City. You can at the end of the year, the summer. It's called the Summerfest, and just want to make sure this is a 1K. They it's you pay whatever you want. So basically, you can go to Lincoln Center, right? And let's say if I want to go to Lincoln Center whenever, tomorrow, and the tickets are like $1,000, $500, whatever. And then they have something called the Summerfest, where they have X amount of tickets to any performance. You can go see the Magic Flute, or, you know, some other, the Rigoletto, or whatever it is. And hold on, what does that say? 10. That's a 10K. Is that a 10K? And then you pay sliding scale fee, $25, right? And you could be sitting next to someone who paid $1,000 for their ticket. You know, like the Howells from Gilligan's Island. They were like, marvelous, darling. It's going to be an excellent show. And then you'd be sitting next to someone who's never been, and they're just wearing jeans, t-shirt, and whatever. But you never know today, just because someone's wearing jeans and t-shirt. You know, that they paid what they paid for their ticket, so you can't assume because what they have on they didn't pay. But, you know, you'll be sitting to some really pretentious people and be like, oh, this is really nice. I get to sit get to watch the Magic Flute for $25, and you're sitting next to someone who paid $300 for their ticket. But they have that. It's called the Summerfest, I think. I forget, because we didn't do it this year. We usually do it every summer, but this is the first time we haven't. I guess because the kids are older now, and they're like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go out. I just want to sit on my phone. I just want to surf the internet. Yeah, but that you should look into that if you're into that kind of stuff. If you ever come to the city, never pay full price. I think it's called the Summerfest. So I have another 1K in here. No K. Sometimes they give you extra though. That part I know because we have resistors in there that we used to test the meter that we're using, and we have those from extra components that, you know, from a kit, but I just don't know which one. So it looks like we are good here. Yeah, muy bueno. And that's why I don't like using this one as a multimeter, Brian, because if we put something, if you remember, if we put the parts on here when they're soldered, if it's close to a dial, you see the dial, but if you put your multimeter on here when the parts are soldered, the multimeter is going to give you your reading. So I guess that little device thing is cool, but for measuring components. But we have another kit that we're going to build with it, which is an oscilloscope wave creator thingy. So that's going to be real. That's going to be one of the next soldering builds. But yeah, it looks like that's it. All right, we're done. We'll see you guys next week. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see what Brian's saying. What you suggest is like someone in 1975 suggesting that you just solder transistors to a random 3-pin on a 8-pin tube socket to convert a project from tube to transistor. Yeah, it's just not, doesn't work that way. Guess what I found while very slowly unpacking stuff and cleaning up clutter? Your old stuff, maybe? A 6-tube, oh my god, Nixie clock kit from Germany that I bought via mail order. Envelope has the tubes, the board, a small transformer, a bag of parts, and one small slip of paper that may contain assembly info. Oh, that's really cool. I'm going to look that up, see what exactly that is. It was received in mail on November 8th, 2000. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, that I've gone crazy looking for stuff, but never like that. Let's see what this is. Like, I never found, I mean, I do, honestly, I do have, I guess I can consider myself to be like Brian too. I'll show you. Because maybe in like 5 years, I'm going to go through my bag of stuff. Whoops. And then I'm done. Let's see what this one is though. We'll go here. We'll go to full version of me, Samsung me. Let's see what this thing is. We'll go here. What's that? Oh, firefighters. Yeah, I was looking into the firefighter. Apparently, I'm too old to be a firefighter. Not each town. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh, that's really cool. From 2001, but apparently people are doing that now. That is pretty cool. A lot of parts. Wow, it's expensive though. Ay. I would probably get the one from Alibaba or AliExpress. Dude, that happens a lot with AliExpress. Like, it'll be $79, $159, and then you'll go to like AliExpress and then it's sold for cheaper. Let's see what the Nixie 2 kit goes for. That would be cool, but we don't have space for that. See, now they're making them like this. But the tube one looks really cool. Wow, it's expensive though. You might be able to get some cash for it, or use that as your first solder build. Wow, it's really interesting. Wow, see, $159. Let's see how much it goes for on AliExpress. AliExpress. This is so the only downside to AliExpress, it does work, is that you just have to. It's not going to come overnight. You got to wait a week, 2 weeks. But you see, $40. There's one for $12. That's a smaller one. 113. No, it's probably a different one. Look, because it has like these graphics on it. 115. No, that's too much. 74. 39. See, right there, $39. But you just have to wait for it to come. That's the only downside. But you know, and it's totally legit. Except these prices are pretty much, you might as well just go to Amazon, to be honest with you. Go here. Oh, I was looking at that too. I need to do something on my floor. Yeah. All right. Me stuff. It's really cool. Thanks for sharing that. But yeah, I don't know if we'll be doing that because that's like, maybe I'll assemble that kit as a first project after I clean up and finish setting up my electronics workbench. That's so cool. You're setting up your workbench. Hopefully this is charged, but if it's not charged, you can still use it while it's charging, which is great. Because depending on, you know, how long you're going to take to solder your stuff, sometimes it does take longer than 2 hours. And the only downside to this is just this part here. See, we're starting low and then working our way up because the resistors are flat and the capacitors are higher. So we're going to go higher as we, you know, as we build up and build it out. All right. So the only downside to this soldering iron, honestly, is that I think the battery life is 2 hours or 3, and no stand, right? So the cap comes off beautifully, but then when you see, we got to find a nice space for it. Here is good. I don't think we're going to use our mouse, but we might, right? I'll put the mouse over there, and now I've got space right here. Okay, sort of. And just remember, this takes a couple of seconds to heat up. This you might like, Brian, because you can take, if it's beautiful out, you can just like go outside and solder. Not that I would, to be honest with you. Remember, my tip's already tinned, but I'll tin it again for you guys. You want to make sure that your tip is tinned. Huh, that's weird. You should be able to tap, oh yeah, tap the soldering iron thingy, and then this goes like that. See? Oh wow, that's even weirder. It shouldn't be exfoliating on here. Like, maybe I need oh yeah, it looks like I need a new one of these things. I thought I ordered one, to be honest with you, but maybe I'll just take one from here. I have one here. I have a whole bunch of those things, but you don't want the remnants of the glitter or the solder, not glitter, but just hanging around. So it looks like we'll have to use that one. I have to check my Amazon orders because I believe I had one, but it's hard to keep track. So with this, you just want to tap. Yay, and then let it work its magic. Yeah, I think I have another tip upstairs. I think it comes with another tip. Sometimes if the tip is too pointy, it's better to have a tip similar to the one that's because we should just tap it, right? And then go bloop, one, and then bloop, oops, and then two, bloop, and that's it. I'll show you guys how it looks, but I think this tip is just too pointy because I'm using like more into it, but I'll show you guys. We make these videos so you don't have to. That's so cool. That is a nice, good assembly. That's a nice, good first project. And then these, you have to be careful because sometimes they go flying, but that didn't go flying. Huh, interesting. And then we have here, just to keep it pointed away from you. That's so weird. I don't even hear the pop. Usually you'll hear your your part pop, but no, there was no pop. So these we're going to open up a little bit. See, that's why sometimes it's tricky to do these, to tinker around, like getting them in the right angle. And that's why sometimes we use tape, the painter's tape, to hold these in on the other side so that they don't move around. Either way, it's going to solder. If you don't have painter's tape and you have this kit, it's going to work out. But I want everything to be like that one, nice and evenly in there. When you turn it over, everything's moving. So to fix that, what we'll do is just take some painter's tape. There's no rhyme or reason. You have to, the size, see, is according to your project. So now if I put this like that and like that, they're not going anywhere. And it's going to look pretty. It's going to look really cool because the painter's tape is holding it together. So now, just getting that angle. It's hardly a first project. Oh yeah, we know because Brian's retiring, but he's done, he's probably just going to be tinkering because he's retiring, right? He go from his regular job as an engineer, doing stuff beyond this, to like not having anything to do. That's why I had it on the description. On the last website that was open was to the fire department, because I was thinking like, what am I going to do when I get older? Am I going to join the fire department and just volunteer? A lot of the guys there are older. which is really weird because on the site it was saying you can't be more than 40 years old to be a volunteer fireman, which makes sense. Ideally, they don't want someone's like, oh, my leg's hurting today. I don't think I can go in. I can't volunteer today because my arthritis is acting up, right? So that's probably why they have the restriction of being 30. But then, if you read, it's according to the restrictions are based on every fire department has their own bylaws. So I was like, so that's how you get in. And then I was talking to them yesterday because they had like something in the town, I forget what it's called, where the fire department and law enforcement has their own tables where you can it's so weird. You go to the table and you meet them and talk to them. Like career day, kind of like. And the guy, Maurice, because I ride with them occasionally. I had these extra bike lights, and Maurice was telling me, he's like, we would have to shave your beard. I'm like, what do you mean shave my beard? Why would I have to shave? He's like, oh, because when you wear the mask, it has to have a tight fitting on your face. But you could have a goatee, because Maurice had a goatee, so I don't really quite understand why you could have a goatee but not a beard. So I guess to be, I don't know, I have to go to New York City and walk around and see their firemen. I'm going to be checking them out. No, because I want to, not trust me, I just want to check them out to see if I can spot any New York City firefighters with a beard. Is that like a thing? You're not allowed to have a beard? I mean, maybe I have to see if they're clean shaven or not. And if they are, I'm going to shut this off. Too bad there's no auto shut off. There might be, but so I want to see if they're all clean shaven, if that's actually a thing. I mean, I don't need a beard, just as I get older, it just looks cool. But I just need something to do. Or maybe I'll just be tinkering. I'll be like tinkering and building stuff. But even like I was saying, even where I work, we have volunteers who are retired. So it's like from really prominent positions too. Like crossing guards in our town, you would never know the crossing guards. You never know who you're talking to. Like we're big CEOs, the hedge fund companies. Some of them like were, they had legitimate, real jobs. Some of them had their own companies. Some of them still have their own companies. So when you see that person standing in the street with the sign that says "Stop," as a crossing guard, don't assume that they're just some average Joe. I mean, so they could be, but in this town, there are people that had jobs and retired and want something to do, like Brian's doing. See, look, it looks really nice. Like Brian is. And the cool thing about Brian is that I didn't know that was a thing. I like, he's prepping for it. He's like, some folks are like doomsday preppers, but Brian is prepping for it. Like, he's planning, like he's getting his workbench ready. I guess because you need your routine, right? You gotta have a routine, and the routine is gonna help make things, I guess, somewhat normal again. I don't know, and at least you have a plan, because some people don't have a plan. Some people get the watch and they just, all right, that's it, I'm retired, and then that's it, and then come Monday morning they don't know what to do, right? They just, or then I don't know, and then in some cases people know what to do. They're just just sending the tip. They're like, they're planning an adventure, a road trip, and this and that, whatever, whatever it is. So that's really cool that Brian is putting all his ducks in a row and planning his daily structure. So we got the 1K resistors in. We almost put a 10K there. And then we have them right here. the other two. So we're going to do the 10K since there are only two. One goes here, and another one goes, well, we'll just put one in for now. And then we'll measure them again just to make sure, because as you saw, I messed it up. I accidentally, that's why you want to open these sparingly. And let's say sometimes some of these kits, to be honest with you, because it's not our first one on the channel, will come like that with the parts. And you're like, oh no, what is that? And don't assume that it's a, it's a 5K or a 10K. Test it. Because we've had some issues where, this is the reason why we do this, is because we had to go into our book to steal a resistor or another part to get some resistors. So this says, yep, 10K, yay. So this is a 10K. I don't know if you can see that, but it might flicker, but it's 10K. So that's good. Yeah, and then we had to just basically find a spare part. And thankfully I have the book of spare parts, but really, it's just sitting there collecting dust. I'll show you the book in a second. It's not, it's handy to have. I guess if I was fixing game consoles or doing like more advanced stuff, it would come in handy. But honestly, it's just sitting there, and who knows? Maybe we'll do it as a giveaway. But you never know. We have used it only once, because the display, I forget which kit it was. The display on one of the kits, the resistor was too low. And so it needed a resistor with a higher number, and then we just took it from the book. Or if you have something lying around, just take it from whatever's lying around. But in the meantime, I need to find the 10K. This is like, it could be an extra one, right? This is like paint by numbers. Let's see. No, I don't see it, to be honest with you. I only see one 10K. No que, porque. We have a capacitor, C1, 104. I guess that's a ceramic. Do we have ceramics in there? Oh yeah, we do. Okay. Alright. Just looking. You'll know, because then you'll have a hole left over. You'll be like, wait, where does that go? Alright, that's it. Only one 10K. So I'll put this over here for now, just in case. Sometimes they do give you, oh wow, look, another resistor. What? Which one is that one? Oh, it's a 1K. 1K and 10K, big difference. Especially in the colors. It's almost like the same. Oh yeah. That's a 1K. Yeah, just one 10K. Alright, so we have two spare. One 10K, and you can tell because they're just more colors, different color coding on the 10K. Yeah, so I guess there's like a red, and this one has a red. It's like brown, red, black, black, brown, and then the other one is for the 1K is brown, black, black, brown, brown, down with the brown. And then you have like a thicker band and a lower band. The bands are just for reading. For me, the band is just more for cosmetics. I just want it to be lined up beautifully. Again, doesn't matter. No matter which way you measure it, I'll show you guys who are watching. That no matter which way it's measured, it's just going to measure the same way. Up, down, left, right. But I just want it to look pretty. Alright. Oh, see, it doesn't shut off. It's still on. This thing right here. It should have auto shut off. We'll leave it on. I'm going to leave it on. Ziggy, set the timer for 5 minutes.
5-minute timer started.
And see if it auto shuts off. It should, but I don't know. Interesting. We should be able to tap you know, no camping, but for some reason it's not working out that way. That's why there's another kind of tip that's not pointy. It's a little bit flatter, right? And then it gives you a totally different soldering experience because the heat is pinpointed at the tip, right? And you see, like, I'm camping right here right now, and it should melt. It should have melted. Yay! No, it didn't. Yep, there we go. To some extent, I'll fix it. I'm just so used to using a pointier, a pointy tip with the what are they? See, this is getting stuck in there. I'm like, no, I definitely need. If anybody knows a different one of these that doesn't do that, please share, because I'm not attached to that experience, but it is, right? No pun intended. Like, literally. Watch out for these, though. You want to make sure, because this is magnetized. It's weird how it's not popping, though. It's not going pop, and then they go flying. Could be like maybe the kids were in here one night. I mean, I don't know. Usually it pops and it just flies away, but it's not. See, now it's weird. I have to, maybe I need new ones. I don't know. But at least it's magnetized and sticking. Usually if you, this is not our first road trip, usually the pieces go flying, but they're not. Oh, the kids are up. What time is it? It's at 10 o'clock. See, that's the thing. You want to be like them. Waking up at 11 o'clock. Been up since like freaking 7. But it's summertime. And most likely they might have been up earlier. They might have. And just on their iPads or something. Yay. Yep, that looks good. Oh, someone got out. The door just opened. That was the sound of the door opening. You're right. Pointy versus flat tip. Point is good when there's lots of small bits. Most of that project. The Y tips tend to overlap some traces or components sometimes. Oh yeah, that's true. So true. So you kind of need the plan ahead which tip would be best for which part or which projects. Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, so the tip is important because honestly, you know, it's okay, but I think we can get away with a wider tip because there's more real estate to play with. And then some parts you don't want to be camping on here. You know, you don't want to. You don't. You know, you just want to. You know, you should be tapping it, but we're not because it's like the pointier and the parts are so close together. All right, so that takes care of that. Looks like there was just one 10K, which is really weird. It is what it is. But the reason why, if you look here, we're starting low, and then we're going to go higher and higher. So I guess we could have started lower because there's a component right there, which I think I'm probably going to put some flux on, if I have it somewhere. Oh no, that's that flux. I have another flux somewhere. Hold on, because I don't want to mess up the parts. Sorry there, little guy. Like it's some sort of chip crystal thingy. Let's see what Brian says. The smaller the pad, the less camping. Yes. Oh, nice. That's so cool. Yeah. Someone understood. Oh, now I can't see. So the flux is just gonna help the solder magic happen, because I definitely do not want to be camping on there for too long. So I could have. Alexa, stop. Ziggy, stop. So you see, it's still on. It hasn't shut off yet. So weird. It's a battery. We lost 1 bar. Looks like we could have gone, yeah. Lower, because those crystals, those new crystals are lower than the resistors. You know, Alright, so let's see. Put that here. So we have this one right here. See that? This little thing. And there's only one way to put them on. If so, you should, one, place the tip on the joint to be soldered. Two, power on the tool so the pad heats. Three, after a second or so, dab the solder on the junction. Oh, okay. Away from we're gonna try that. Thank you, Brian. Brian's Labs. We had that problem. He told us that the last time too. And I forgot. So we had an issue. We had to heat up the pad, right, and then the magic happened afterwards, so that we're not camping for too long. So this one's really easy. This one's some other chip. So we can put this here. Imagine that silver stuff was solder. This part's a little bit tricky. You know what? Not so tricky, because we're going to use the painter's tape. And then what we'll do is we'll take the painter's tape off, right? And then that little flat piece will be stuck on. See, right here. Little piece right in there, this little one. See, it just moves around. Of course you could, we're going to do like Brian suggests, but we are going to take a piece of paint. For this particular case, you probably want it to be even, so that we can just, like this, it's okay, but, oh, actually, it's straight right there. We don't have to cut it. So then what I want to do is hold it on one end, and then put that like that, right? And now this is being held here. See, look, it's not going to go anywhere. And now we're going to, do what we need to do with the soldering iron, like Brian suggests. We're going to heat up the pad, and then there's no right angle or wrong angle. You have to figure out the positioning that works right for you. It takes longer to think the steps through than it should to actually do them. Yeah, it does actually. In order, and significantly longer to type out the steps. Oh, that's true. Thanks for typing them out. Really appreciate it. Type them out. The steps. It's quick, efficient process, or should be. Yeah, no, it is quick, efficient. So we're going to let it heat up, and just let it get hot. This is where a flatter tip would come in handy, because it's like, no. Here we go. There's one. Sort of, but yep, we got it. To some extent. Got one. Now I gotta get the one in the middle. The middle ones are harder. Like literally. We're gonna heat up the pad. See, I think a thicker tip would probably work better. Just gonna move this over a little bit. Yay, that's 2. And number 3, see what that is. The weather. letting the pad heat up. Letting the pad heat up. Nice. It's better there. I kind of like how the last one came out, to be honest with you. Two and three. Came out okay. The last one came out beautiful. And now, excuse me, moved a little bit, but that's okay, because as long as the connections, you know, stick, and there's no continuity, we're fine, you know? I just wish it was, wish it wasn't, like a little sideways. But that's okay, as long as we can solder where it needs to be. I'm just more hung up on the cosmetics than, you know, the other fun part. And then now we can tin the tip again. Now, you know, the tape's off, all the other stuff. Put some solder over here on this side, and then the hardest bit, we have another one, the crystal, the other chip. Put it, heat it up. And then I'm going to turn it over, apply more heat, apply, and let dry. Definitely needs more solder on the tip. This thing is like, I'm just tinning. It's not working. Oops. Sweet. It's alright. Definitely a different tip. I wonder what one of the solder pieces just is a little ball. Like, it just wasn't getting the right temperature. I'll leave it. No sense in overthinking it, but definitely needs a different tip. You know what? Since we're here, let's tin that so we don't over. Interesting. See, the tip here is getting darker, which means nothing's sticking to it, which means it's time for the tip tinner. That's what happens when you spend too much time camping. But it does work the way Brian's saying. Like, if you hold the soldering iron on the pad long enough so the pad gets hot, right? And this one's tricky because it's a powder. And then when the pad gets hot, then, you know, everything should be hot enough so that when you put the solder on, the magic will happen. But unfortunately, if your tip is too pointy, the magic doesn't really happen. But we have a way around that. We are going to swap tips. Swap. What's our battery here? Oh, nice. Before we swap tips, we are going to tin this tip. It's like a powder. And it coats itself on to the everything and just melts and sort of like refurbishes. This is really cool. We also have liquid solder, but it's not the same. This is a tip tinner. Tinny tin tin. See? Yay! I don't know how it works, but it definitely cures it. You know? Sweet. Oops. Don't break your stuff. Because I definitely want to use a different actually we have one there, but I want to use it on this one. So we're going to shut this off. Okay. Let it cool off for a little bit. Remember, sanding it refurbishes it and brings it back to life. Now that that's off, I need to find the box that it came in. See what other tip is in there, if there is, but I have 3 more upstairs, so that's fine. But even if we don't have the tip, the Yudhuda one is good. Let's see what we got. Put this here away from. Actually, we just put the cover back on, right? Let it cool off, and now we can put it anywhere we desire. Now I just need to find the tip. See, this is it right here. It's called Tip Tinner. Cleans and retins. That's nice. So that's probably why the burnt over oxidization came off. Usually that's not supposed. Oh, look, it's a twist cap, and I don't know why I was not taking it off. I was trying to like pop it off. So here we have here. Ah, interesting. These are all right, to be honest with you. One of them looks like a freaking razor blade, a little bit too big. I think I'm gonna go upstairs and get another. I'll show you the tips though. I want it to be like the other tip on the other soldering iron. This one's okay. It's got like, looks like a razor. Probably good for the board. You can experiment with it and see, but I know exactly what we need. See that one right there? This is really sharp edges. This one's okay. I'll show you what we want it to be. It does come with it though, but not the one that we actually need. This one needs to be sanded down, because if we sand it, we'll rejuvenate it and bring it back to life. But as you can see, it's like flat, and oh wow, interesting. Looks like, and then if we sand it, right? See, get off all that remnants. And I think I have one actually. This is just how you give your let's say you need to solder something and give it a second life, right? I have extra ones of these somewhere down below. We're just taking off like that oxidization, that burnt crisp stuff. And then now, remember, we're only using one side too. Your method also involves excess tip wear. Yeah, that is true. So you're gonna get, Brian's right, you're gonna get a couple of maybe 3, 4, 5 experiences with this, or it might last you even longer. But then what'll happen is the tip will be overexposed, and you'll be like, wait, it's not working anymore. Or you'll see like a little hole, like you will have sanded all the way through the metal, and you know, to the point where it's just overexposed, and you can see like, well, that's not supposed to look like that. Then you know it's time to replace it. This is just a good plan B. You know, as before I go, I need for that thing to cool off before I actually touch it and take the tip off, right? So now this one will heat up really fast. We can tin the tip and maybe get, you know, depends on how you solder too. Like if you're new, you're just gonna burn it out. But if you're, you know, if you solder before, then you pretty much can. But always have extra tips on standby, because like Brian said, whether, as this one looks like we've done one too many times, but look, see, the solder is sticking to the tip beautifully. Oh, but before, you want to make sure you do this really quick. But you see that? Look at that tip. We brought it back to life, and look at that. See? Remember, we only did one side, but that's all we need is that one side. And then we got our temperature here, and we can actually use it the way we were trying to use the other one that wouldn't let us. We tap it, boom, oh wow. Tap, boom. Tap, whoops, boom. The magic happens to some extent. And then here, wow. We're just tapping it, and the experience is not like it was before, where we were just camping. And this is just the way the soldering iron should work. Wow. We're just tapping it, and the magic is happening. Boom. Of course, we got like some clusters, but I like it. And now that's what I want to do. That's why it pays to actually have a regular soldering iron too, because sometimes that experience is not gonna happen no matter what on a like portable soldering iron. It should. That's why I want to go upstairs and experiment. This is great. Look at that. I just tapped it and boom, I got it. Yeah, got some over there, which I shouldn't have, but that's okay. That'll help with the experience moving forward. But before I now we have here the crystal, right? The little tiny thing right here. No, definitely don't need extra tips on standby anymore. Then you need extra buckets for your bucket truck. It's not something that should regularly be destroyed through use. That's so true. Yes, Brian is correct. So as you can see, a pro will just have his soldering iron, and it'll just work that way forever. Whereas if you're new, make sure this is lined up. See, we have our little crystal thingy and the chip. So that has to go on a specific way. With this, don't worry, we're going to switch tips and see how the project continues with a better tip. We're going to have to get, I would get fresh painter's tape, just so we know that, like that. Yay. That is cool though. The tube thing kind of reminds me of the old tube that you had inside your TV. That is kind of cool. Everything was tubular back then. So this has to be a little bit thinner maybe. I remember my grandparents had a 8-track player. Like when before cassettes, I think there were 8 tracks and then records, and I forget what the other ones were. But the machines that played them were huge. But if you ever took an old TV apart, man, you had little tubes in them. This crystal, this will be a great candidate for ruination with the soldering method you're teaching. People here, wait, just bumped it. Those crystals can be very sensitive to excess heat. Oh, this is good to know. Thanks, Brian. I suggest you follow conventional soldering techniques as outlined above. Okay. Several times when soldering that crystal onto the board, if you destroy that part, the kit will not work. All right, so Brian, remember, Brian's an engineer. He's not just watching and trolling us. Brian really knows what he's doing, what he's talking about. And we're grateful that we have an expert on the channel walking us through, educating us, and telling us what to do, what not to do. You know, even though we're doing stuff, we should not be doing this. Like, we shouldn't have extra tips on standby. If you solder correctly and you do it right, your soldering iron is going to look like this forever. Or this, if you just always fucking shit up. Right? So what do you want? Do you want it to be like this forever? Or like that, sanding it every now and again because, you know, things are not working out because you don't know what you're doing. So this is great. Thank you, Brian, for that. So before we actually do that, let's just make sure our tip is 10 because we don't want to spend too much time camping around, right? Look at that. Beautiful. That's how your tip should look every time without sanding it. But unfortunately, we're sanding all the time. It's probably like the 4th time I sanded this thing. Sandy. All right, so remember, too much heat will mess up this crystal, so we have to sort of get it at a particular angle. So remember, no camping, and make sure everything. Well, that one we can do last, right? Because I don't want to. We just need to find that right angle where it's just gonna go bloop, like the Matrix effect. You know, now Brian's got me nervous. Like, if he didn't say anything, I probably would have just done it. We've got 1, sweet. 2, somewhat 2, 2, 2, and then we have 3. Then we have 4. And then we have 5 to some extent. Sweet, 5. You saw that? I just tapped it. Thank you, Brian, for that tip, because honestly, now I'm nervous because I don't want to mess it up. Like, one false move. And I'm going to show you how it looks on the microscope. 1. Sort of. 1. 1. 2. 2. Wow, it's hot. I can feel it on my hands. My hands. And then we have 2, 3. And it's okay if you accidentally burn the tape. But I didn't. But I don't want to touch it because I don't want to have remnants. We definitely protect the crystal. We must protect the crystal. And then 3. Sweet. Yay. Thank you, Brian. And now we'll show you. See, no heat. Tap, 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 tap. I'm not sure, honestly, if we'd be able to have that experience with the other soldering iron. So sometimes it does pay. Well, we're going to test it out though. I think it should be cooled off because we're going to finish the rest of the project. See, look at that. We want it to look like that. And if you do that every time, it's not necessarily you don't know what you're doing. Sometimes I was helping one of my neighbor's kid. They sent him over, and we built one of the games. We built, I think it's out there. Yeah, it's probably out there. And one thing the kid kept forgetting to do is this. If you don't do that, your tip is gonna, we're gonna be sanding it again. So we're tinning our tip. Like every now and again, you could use the tip tinner, but again, he kept soldering the parts, and it was my fault too, because I was like, we were in a rush because we were going to take my kids to see Supergirl. See, look at that. But anyway, if you don't do this, you're going to ruin your tip too. So now we're going to take this and shut it off. Like, because I guess the kid, he wasn't retiring, but I guess when they reach 8th grade, they have to figure out what they want to do, whether they want to go into STEM and stuff like that. And the parents thought it'd be cool to drop them off to have them see what it's like. So we built a game, one of those. I'll show you the game in a second, but let's this should be cooled off now. But before we get the other part, we're gonna let it sit there a little bit longer, so we know I can pull it out and put another tip in where we can finish this project. But before we finish the project, let's see what we did. Hopefully we didn't mess it up. Now we got to get the seal of approval from Brian's Labs. Okay, let's see what we got here. Hold on one moment, please stand by. Remember, this is live. Great, thanks for helping us and being here with us, Brian. And we actually learned something new. You guys who are watching this have learned something new too. Let's take this off. I just want to connect the microscope, magnifying glass, sort of. All right. Don't judge us too harshly. All right, let's see what we got here. Now I gotta find this thing over here. It's messed up with this DJI ban and stuff. It's just crazy, man. But I'm just gonna keep flying until my biggest fear is, okay, they ban the drones and they retroactively ground everyone, right? My biggest fear is not getting rid of my drone in time, because I can get a nice chunk of change for my drone. But if I wait until it's too late, I'm not getting anything. It's just going to be a door stopper. So sell it now and cut your losses, or wait until it happens, and then you're not going to be able to sell anything because they'll be like, nope, can't do that. I don't know. So I'm torn between that, and I will get rid of it because of the way things are going. It doesn't look very promising. I don't know. Because the reason why is because, let's say I can continue. Let's say they say, all right, Lou, the FAA or the FCC says you can continue flying what you already have, but no new drones come into the country. We all know there's a life expectancy on these drones. The battery has a life cycle. The gimbal, after X amount of uses, it's going to go defunct, and you might have to have a sensor replaced or this and that, or a motor. Right, in the last live stream, the shit almost crashed and almost lost the motor. The motors are overloaded. And then, hold on, select the source. And then what? Now you can't get any parts, and now you're stuck with a brick / door stop. So that's the only. And what people usually do is, and what I've done, if you've been following me, is I would sell my old drone to get a new drone, to pay the difference of $500 or $200, whatever it is. But never have I paid. The only time I paid was the first time purchased, and after that it was like a car. I just kept leasing a new one, not leasing, but just paying the difference, selling it, getting a new one. And you can't do that anymore because they're not letting anything in or out. Yay, we did it. So please don't judge us. That's okay. It's okay to judge us, because remember, we got the expert and we need your expert opinion. So now, as you can see, we'll take it off from the crystal. We protected the crystal, so even if the crystal if you're good at soldering, I would recommend putting the tape over the crystal to protect it anyway, because like Brian's Labs suggested that I need to move this, you know, too much heat could actually ruin it, and then this thing won't work. So as you can see, we soldered that on. I'm just trying to, this is weird because it's like space, left is right, up is down, but as you can see, we tapped it and everything just went on sort of beautifully. But I'm just trying to like finagle this thing to get it. But as you can see, why isn't it? Oh, there we go. See right there. Whoops. Right there. Boom. So we just tapped it, and then the connections went in right there. Right, that's up. Where is that? Oh, right there. Right there. Right there. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See? And then we have on the other side over here at the, see? And then up here, it's weird because up is down and left is right. Then you have 1, 2, and it didn't take very long. We just tapped it and didn't accidentally touch anything. This one too, this little chip right there. If I can somehow see these right here, you got 1, 2, 3, and then there's another one at the top right about. Oops, we just had it. Come on, you got this little guy right there. See, nice. And then the resistors doesn't matter. Doesn't matter which way they go in, but I just wanted them to be uniform. But on the back side, you know, you just want them to be like that. See, nice and clean and like that. Just tap. But even though we got this effect here, like nice and clean, for some reason, it wasn't like with the other soldering iron. Oh wait, you can't see. I gotta show you guys again. Samsung me. All right. So see right here, nice and clean. You know, like this, like blop. So even though I got them like this, it should have been the experience like when I was soldering these things right here. Hold on, I'll just where. Oh. If I can just finagle it. Come on, you got this. Ooh. Yay. There we go. Now I'm just going to take that. It should have been when I was soldering these components. See? I just tapped it less than a millisecond and it just melted. Then the same thing here at the top. Hold on. If I can find the top. Oh, right here. Wish there was a way to flip it so up was down, and it doesn't let you do that. It's an Apple thing. And then here, see, we just tapped it, right? And it just went bloop. So we protected the crystal with the tape. Then we have here this little thingy. See, we just were able to not cake it on, but it actually didn't look like this, like so beautifully. See, it moved a little bit, a tad. I wanted it to be centered, and that's where the tape comes in handy. But we were only able to get these nice, you know, solder joints with the other soldering iron, which is why I want to see if it's a portable soldering iron experience, or you know, or temperature thing, or it is set to melt, but we're not going to get that with this tip here. So the tip comes into play. Now, don't burn yourself. It should be, oh wow, it really cooled off. Cool enough, right? This one I don't recommend sanding because it's beautiful. But remember, good looks will only get you so far, so don't get attached to the experience of the looks of your soldering iron, because if shit don't work, what good is it, right? Samsung me stuff. So now we have here, see, it comes out. It could use some sanding. Not that I would do it, or cleaning up. This one's so thin, to be honest with you, that I'm afraid that sanding it will just ruin it. So I would use the tip tinner. All right, let me go get the other tip that I'm talking about so that we can make the magic happen. I'll be back. think I should have kept them down here. There is the other one, the razor blade type one, but Brian is right. You don't want to have extra tips laying around. Even though I have extra tips, I don't use them sparingly. I have the pointy ones, but I do have a similar one. Similar, but no. It's not going to fit in there. Alright. But let's, let me go upstairs and get something, because it is upstairs. And then we should just be able to plug away, because that only takes about 8 seconds to heat up. Alright, we're back. The kids are up. Alright, so we have our 3 tips. Don't get too tipsy. So we have here, but I'm going to point them so that we can see them down there. Samsung Mi stuff. I forget which one's which. So we have this one's what we already have in there. I'll let you guys see. So we definitely don't want the same experience, but as you can see, I have to usually put it on there. That's between new and new. This one's alright. I'm not crazy about it. It's too pointy, and we're spending too much time camping. We don't want to be a happy camper. Actually, you do want to be a happy camper. And this one, we saw this one, the little razor blade type thingy. Duplicate. This one might. It's tinned on both sides, which is kind of cool. And then we have, definitely want to keep those together in its little pouch. The pouch that came with your soldering iron. And then this is probably the one. Yes, this is the one we're looking at. I'm probably going to order another one of these. Oh no, this one's not it. Huh. Alright, so this one's more like looks like a dental thingy. Yeah, so that one's this it's an HSO2B-LS or IS. It's hard to tell. Wow, so we might have to use the other one. Bummer. Or continue using the Yehuda. Alright. We already have an extra one of these inside of the case, so I thought they had one. Definitely want to order one. I like that flat tip. This one, I don't know. We might wind up using the other soldering iron. So on that note, oops, I'll take it out of here. We'll try it, right? Apply and try. It should be tinned once. Oh wait, hold on. Let's go back and read. You are correct. Sanding it will ruin it. I have no idea why you keep doing so. Those tips should last you a year or 2 each. You seem to be retinning or resanding and retinning every 2 or 3 soldering connections. It should be sanded never, which is correct. Remember, we're refurbishing them. It should be tinned once at the start of the session. It should be replaced years from now. Wow. Yeah, no, we're not doing it. We've got, oh wow, interesting how this, so it's got like 2 little black things there. We'll take Brian's. I was wondering why it's so, is it longer or shorter? The other one seemed longer. No, maybe it wasn't in all the way. Okay. So we'll just put it in until it, see, it's not until it goes in. See, that's it, it's in. And then now, remember, it takes a couple of seconds for it to work its magic. We can turn it to like a nice angle. There's no, you know, because we're holding it this way, there's no rhyme or reason, you just turn it. So now we're going to turn it on. And next we can put in, what would be next? Definitely not the buttons, since those are higher. Maybe the capacitors, right? These ceramic capacitors. Hopefully they'll let us do it. So those go 104. Where's the 104? These don't matter. These you just put in. There's no positive or negative. But these I want to put in so that they're all in uniform. Okay? Remember, there's no rhyme or reason. And sometimes when you flip it over, they'll slide out, but these aren't going anywhere. So I want all the 104s to be facing the same direction. But again, you don't have to. They just, for cosmetics, you know, I want everything to be like the army. 104, there's a 104 here. 104 capacitor, there we go. Yes, I don't know, this whole drone thing, they're like grounding everyone, literally, without them even knowing it. Hopefully, I don't know, someone come. I remember, you can't blame the Trump administration for this. Biden started this, you know. So everything, Biden basically paved the way for the ban, and then I guess the current administration, and then there are mixed feelings about it. Like some people are like, oh, it's because of Donnie and Skydio. I don't know. There's no proof. But I don't know. But no, first they said it was because of child labor laws, right? They said, oh, children are making the drones in the factories. And here's another 104 right there. And it's not right. And that should not be happening. We have to have a drone ban. Then they said, no, it's not the children. It's they're spying on us with the drones. The drones are watching everything we do and sending everything back to China. And then they said, no, it's not the children. It's not, you know, whatever. I don't know. They can't make up their mind what it is, but it's going to be something. And then you have all these, everyone leaning into one. And then they said it was Donnie Trump. Oh no, because he's partnered with Skydio and he wants to monopolize the drone industry. If he does, great, good for him. But he ain't monopolizing anything because they don't have any new products and no one's buying their stuff. So okay, yeah, he gets the contracts for the military. All right, yeah, he. You know, he's like super drone, you know, monopolizer, right? The drone king. But nothing's selling. So, you know, yeah, people are blaming him now, but it's bad for business because they're not offering anything anyway to be sold for you to buy if you want to get a Skydio drone. So it just doesn't make any sense. And then they said, what else did they say it was? Oh, something with the frequencies and like the 5 gigahertz, no megahertz, or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. That's why we don't do politics on this channel, because. And then they said it was because of me, the guy Lou on this YouTube channel. Where's my thingy? Oh, right over here. I don't know. You know, I'm pretty sure they're gonna say it's something else after, you know, that. But either way, whatever the reason, right? It's happening. No matter what, like it's basically, you know, which is not so great. So we, you know, they keep coming up with these reasons, but at the end of the day, no, this one doesn't really work, to be honest with you, because it's more like a jagged razor blade edge, you know, maybe. To some extent, where I've never used a tip like this before, like the one that's looks like a jackknife or something. Looks like one of my blades from the kitchen. Let's see if I can somehow, but it does heat up, but yeah, it's working a little bit to some extent. Oh yeah, it is working. Kind of nice. You just hold it on the blade and and then it heats up everything. It's doing what Brian said the other tip should have been doing. I'm just tapping it, boom, and then just tapping it, boom. Oh yeah, look at that. So the tip, look, yeah, so this is, it's just a matter of, it's a learning curve, but I definitely am a fan of the other tip, the one that's flat and more like an oval shape. But yeah, thank you, Brian. We have it was like our expert. See, boom. Oh wow, boom. Whoops. Yeah, so I don't know. It's just a bummer, you know. I guess it was fun, but people's livelihoods. People do this for a living, not what I'm doing here, fucking shit up. With their drones, like, you know, the realist. I get a couple of gigs here and there throughout the year, but it's not my livelihood. But it's good money when it does come in, and you know, like, what are people gonna do? Let's say they need to get their drone fixed. See, we got that right here. They need a part, or they need another drone, right? Because sometimes it pays. The last gig I did for the real estate developer, I needed to have a smaller drone. I needed a Mini 5 or a Flip would have worked really well, because the Mavic 4 Pro is great for far away, but you definitely need a drone for closer shots, and the Mavic 4 Pro is just not ideal for that. So I busted out the Neo, whereas ideally a Mini 5 Pro would have been amazing, but he was still happy, so that's fine. I think he called here. See, that's what I should be hearing with my wire cutters, but it's not popping. Nice. This is really nice. Definitely, that's a good tip. So tip is the key to the tip, and also what Brian shared too is expertise, which is just awesome. Okay, it should be sanded, never. It should be tinned once at the start session, and that's it. I think that we're pretty good with this tip, because the problem is, I'll tell you why, Brian. If you stop abusing those tools, they'll last. That's what I was about to say. And the reason why we're abusing these tools is because we're not using the right tip. Right, this is just perfect. How we just tap it, and then boom, everything just works magically. Whoops! Don't break your stuff. There goes our X23. But because, you know, we were just sort of like abusing it. I definitely need a new one of these. I don't know why this is like some weird looking. Why it's not working, that thing, you know, that bristles thing. Maybe it's for what do they call it, the other, like the industrial, the real soldering iron, which I have over there. Sweet. So now we're here. Looks like everything is good there. Got some tin solder on the tip. All right, so now I think we can do the capacitors now. Now we can go up a little bit, I think. No, next one will be, next higher up will be, I think, the scoreboard or the chip receiver. Probably here. These you got to be careful for because they're really sharp, and you can really do some damage to yourself if you pull these out wrong. So let's see. Between that, oh wait, no. Look, the 5K resistors. Okay, so that's why I like to start lower and then work our way higher. So now we have the 5K resistors into the resistance. Oops, see, and even here, pulling these off, you can accidentally prick yourself, and they hurt. So if you have kids or animals, just make sure you pick up these pieces, because you don't want something in someone's paw or feet. Oh look, see, look. That's how I want it to look on the board. You can see like the yellow. What was that? I don't know. Something fell, but we'll find it later, and then we'll probably wind up fixing it. All right. So here we're gonna do the 5. Remember we measured these already, so it's fine. We can just drop them in the same way we took them out. So this one I want to make sure that it's nice and evenly in there. So we're putting these. Yeah, so Brian's right. This is great that we have someone there, but it's just messed up that, you know, we had to change the tip. And the reason why is because I'm not using the right tip for the job. Like Brian said, you have to plan ahead of time what you're going to be doing and using. So if you're using the wrong tip, you saw how fast that was? It took a couple of seconds for the solder to melt and bind to its joints. And if you're using the wrong tip, it's not getting in there, and you're spending more time camping on the part, right? And then what happens is your tip becomes burnt, corroded, over oxidized, and then you're trying to melt solder on it, but the solder is not melting because now the tip is burnt. And then you have to sand your tip, and then after sanding the tip, you shorten the lifespan of the. It's like the rinse and repeat cycle of what the let's fuck shit up. But you kind of get the idea. And then when we do these resistors, you'll see it should take less than 30 seconds with the right tip. Now, don't get me wrong, you could still use the other tip, but as you can see, I'm using parts of that tip, the previous tip, I'll show you in a second once I put these on, that should not be on the board, right? And I don't even have like pre-prep solder at joints that, you know, the position I'm putting it on. Like for example right here, you can tell that I'm leaning the soldering iron up here on the board opposed to the tip because it just takes forever, and then I'm just doing it up there. Meanwhile, just use the right tip and you'll be fine. And then it'll just tap tap tap, and then, you know, we make these videos so you don't have to. But if Brian wasn't here, I'd still be sanding my tip. And then that's it. You know, like, it's really cool. So this, we should be on a roll. Like, we'll be done if things work out with this. Yeah, we'll be done in like 20 minutes with that new tip. And yeah, it'll be really cool. And hopefully it works. We'll know if we apply too much heat on the crystal, if the shit don't work. But I still want to try the other one on the old radio. I want to see what happens when we solder the 2-wire USB-C connection. Now remember what Brian said, that just because it's positive and negative doesn't mean you're going to be getting it. So be prepared. It might blow up, right? But that's okay. It'll be a nice, cool experiment to see. I just want to see what happens. I'm that guy. I remember when I used to do web development when I was being taught. There was like a professor at Columbia University, and she would give private lessons, and she would be like, "You'll be going to be okay. You're going to be fine, because a lot of my students aren't like you. It's like they're afraid to experiment, you know, and see what happens when they do something wrong or do anything wrong. They just stay in their comfort zone." And it's kind of like flying FPV too. Like if you stay in your comfort zone, you're always going to fly the same way. But if you experiment and see what happens, you know, you'd be like, "Oh, that's interesting." You know, we know it's not going to work, but we're just going to do it anyway. It's like your parents are like, "Don't put your finger in the outlet," and you're like, I wonder what'll happen if I put my finger in the outlet. So I'm like, you know, I wouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, like, in a sense where innovation, when it comes to innovating technology, well, for some folks that might be innovating, right? They're sticking their finger. I'm going to see what that does. So this is the hardest part, getting them like pushing that like that. And if it's too close and flat to the board, you're not gonna. It's gonna be hard to get that angle. So we want them to be at a particular angle so that we can just tap tap tap. I mean, you could always do this as you put each one in, but it doesn't really matter. You got to do it in the end. So this should take at least, I'm going to say 30 seconds, but I'm going to give myself buffer. I'm going to give myself a minute. But Brian is right. Brian probably would have been done with this already. Like, he's taking too long. All right, so now we got them all lined up the way we want. Now, move this out of the way, and then make sure we're here. Might have fell asleep, which is good. It's gonna get hot. Remember, it takes 5, 6, 7, 8. See, 8 seconds for it to work its magic. Now it's just finding that right angle. Excuse me. Now it's just a matter of making the magic happen. I'm gonna say a minute. Oh wow, not even a minute. 1, and then we have 2. Whoops, 3. Then we have whoops, 4. I'm gonna take that excess off. 4. Sweet. Wow, this is really nice. With the right tip, you work wonders. Ha ha ha. And then we have 5, 6. Wow. 7. Oops. 7, 8. Look at that. As easy as 1, 2, 3. And then we do the same thing again. We go 1. Whoops. 2, 3. It's hard to get the angle, but we got this. 4, 5, 6. Whoops. 6. And that's how it should be. 7 and 8. Wait a minute. But it's not a race, but just to give you the idea, we spend too much time camping, and if we're camping for too long, it's either your soldering iron temperature is not correct, right? Needs a little more flux, or the tip. You know, there are many different variables that come into play, or the temperature. But in our case, it was the tip. So, you know, thank you, Brian. Oh, and also the pad. Remember, he was sharing with us so we could have the right temperature at the tip. But if our pad isn't hot enough, the solder will melt, but it's not going to adhere to the experience, which means stick if, well, you know, if the pad isn't hot enough. And that, the radio is okay. Radio we can work with. We can piggyback wires. I'll show you. Like if you burn a pad or ruin a pad, you know, you just like, oh, we'll just connect it from there. We'll just rewire it. Like wire if the pad is gone, or maybe you can add a pad. But on the flight controller, nah, you only get one take. But I'll show you what I'm talking about, because we did that on one of our builds where we abused it. I'll show you. But we still got it to work. Oh wow, interesting. There's a chip missing. This one's not going to work, but I'll probably take the chip from something else. But if the pads are gone, Brian's like, what the fuck did this guy do? If you ruin the pads and the connections are gone, if you follow and trace the you know, the circuitry, you can get it working again by doing this, as you can see. Except I don't know what that is. That's a dust bunny, sort of. That could short out your shit too. But yeah, that's what you would do. But you can't do that on the flight controller. This is like a little game slash thingy. But it looks like it needs. Where's the power? Yeah, definitely works, but we don't have the rest of it. But you kind of get the idea, and you can't do that on a flight controller. If you ruin the pads on the flight controller, it's gone. Here, I'll show you how this works. So this is another cool soldering thingy, but hold on. Alright, this one right here is pretty cool. So the only downside to these things, I hate these because their connections don't, you know, like these things don't work so good. But this, if we go here, and then just wish they had better battery connectors. See, it's like a little roulette table, and then if we press it, it works like via accelerometer. But if we do this, see, I'm going to say blue. Hold on, I think I have to put it down. Move this over. Red. All right, stop that red. It's like a little roulette table. Or you just activate it like by touching it, and then I'm going to say yellow. Nope, red. Well, we're losing a lot of money here. All right, I'm going to say 500 on blue. Come on, baby. Daddy needs an... Oh, man. I just lost $500. All right, let's try it again. We're going to do $600 on red. Come on, baby. Oh, sweet. I'm on a roll. I'm on a hot... Okay. Yellow. $1,000 yellow. Come on, baby. Daddy needs you. Let's go, sugar. Mama needs a new pair of shoes. Come on. I'm going to put $1,000 on yellow. My little roulette table. Remember, it's activated by... Oh, well, I lost it. I moved it because you move it. It just deact. You know, either way, we're out. Man, I'm gonna refinance my house and $10,000 on white. Come on, baby. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. More than a shoes. Now oh shit. I'm gonna. All right. I still have money from the refinancing left. I'm gonna say $50,000 green. I got this. I know it is. This is probably what it's like at the casino. Come on, you got this. $50,000 green. Oh shit, that's okay. There's still money left from the refinance. I'm gonna do another, definitely 60, because we got like 500K. All right, $60,000 red. Come on, we need this. I want that. Oh, I need my money back. And 50. Oh shit. Wow, and that's how it works in the casino. They're all numbered. Yeah, so that's why you don't want to gamble, but you can gamble on your soldering iron equipment, but not. But that's in the casino. That's pretty much what happens. People like get caught up. I only went to the casino once, or twice, but I played the nickel machines, and then a couple of years later, I went back to the casino just to see what it was like, and there was no more coins. I was like, I'll just take a roll of quarters or a roll of whatever. No, everything was on a card. They give you like a money card and no more, no more cash. Just these load cards. I was like, what? And then the other time I went to the casino was not really casino, but they get you off the plane in Las Vegas. I went to the Grand Canyon, then I had to fly into Las Vegas to get the puddle jumper. And see, these are them right here. Right as soon as you get off the plane, they've got slot machines. They got you coming in. They got you coming and going. So if you can get hooked, you can be like, you can lose everything. See, everything in seconds. You can lose everything before actually making it to the casino. Because if they got you from the airport, you might never make it to your hotel. You might be like, and now they take credit card. Like on the machine, like you just put your ATM card in. But yeah, it's their program. They're programmed and designed for you not to win. They're designed to take your money. The house always wins. Occasionally, someone will come in and get a little. They'll throw them a bone, and then you're like, oh my god. That's when you're like, I want to be that guy. I want that too. So it looks like now, we can go a little bit higher with this one here. Now this one, I'm not sure if this will be. Remember, there's no rhyme or reason. This is just how I'm doing it. Some sort of potentiometer. I believe that would be... No, I think we still can go lower. Yeah, no, too low. Not too low, but we have the headphone jack, which is a little bit higher. And the reason why we're doing it like this is because when we flip it over, we can work with it. right? If it's too high, it's hard to flip over. Not, I mean, of course, and we have the painter's tape, but this is just how I'm doing it. You know, if you look, if you manage to do this standing on your head, great. You know, there's no rhyme or reason. There's no right or wrong way, but this is just the method that works for me, right? Because I just like working with like a little, you know, high to low thingy. Well, let's see what Brian says. That last kit I assembled was a U-Bit X V6 HF transmitter. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't even know what it was called. I was just called it like the roulette machine. With 1080p integrated display. The entire assembly took less than 1.5 hours start to finish. Oh my god. I'll be honest, I've soldered projects like that before when I was 11. That's so cool. You're going to be talking to Vito in a minute about your $10,000 debt. Dude, yeah, that's so true, because people will do that. They're going to be going to it. It's like, yeah, we'll lend you the money. Come on, Louie, we got you covered. You know, it's all right. You know, you'll be all right. You know, we'll give you $10,000, and you know, and then you hopefully, you know, we get our interest back. We that's probably why a lot of people wound up at the bottom of the creek in Las Vegas. But yeah, they'll happily loan you the money. Those loan sharks, the interest rates are high. You better give them a stake in your company or a stake in your winnings. Either way, you know, you're done. But yeah, Vito's coming. Vito, Tito, Tony, they've got you covered. Lonnie and Lonnie, come, we got you covered. You need money for your casino trip you didn't plan. That's all right. Come on down. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Nah, but not everyone can just walk away. I gotta let it get to the, you know, it's addictive, and that's why when I went to the casino, you know, I knew I wasn't gonna win, so now I'm just camping, but I wanted to have the experience of what it was like to gamble for a long time, and so the only way to do that was to do the nickel machines. So if you take $100 or $50 and you get $50 in nickels, right? I don't even know if they have nickel machines anymore. You could be gambling for a long time, like the little old ladies, right? But I don't even think they want that. They're like, what, are you kidding me? Because can you imagine if everyone went to the casino and hold on, and did nickel machines, right? That's one. Now we got four. Just getting that right angle. Then nobody would go, right? Literally. Nice. We just tap with the right tip. Brian probably knows what this tip is called. I don't know what it's called, to be honest with you. It's like at an angle. Let me just clean it off. This one. It's like a jagged, sharp edge. See? This one works really well if you're comfortable using it. It's tricky to get it at that angle, but once you do, you're like, it's like a silent movie with subtitles. You're like, I got this. So this one, that's our headphone jack, and you got a little potentiometer thingy. Everything's fine. You could reuse the tape, but I just want to have a look at underneath there. This one looks like it could be cut with these sharp thingies. It has something to do with speaker. It's a 3362 potentiometer type thing, and it says speaker. For sure it's not the volume, because the volume are these buttons here, but it's something. We'll experiment it and see. As long as we didn't blow that out, like Brian said, we didn't short it out, we'll be all right. That's so cool. Well, Brian, like, you had some really cool projects when you were 11. I had the electronics kit where you would pull the spring back and then like 52A, and then you put it in. There was no soldering, and then you have 52B goes there, and then you pull the spring back. That was the one I had. It's like 101 science experiment kit. That's the one I had. I had all these projects in there, and it was just like putting wires, and it was had these it was like, you know, you had the LED end of things, had a buzzer and all the other stuff, but no soldering. So you don't have to worry about burning yourself or the house down. All right, so let's see. There is something that goes over here, looks like. And that would be the on-off switch, so that's pretty low too. Right. It's just finagling it so it goes into the hole. This is nice. This one, yeah, we're gonna need the tape. I wonder what people did back in the day when they didn't have the painter's tape. Like, well, how would they get it to? Would they solder it upside down? You know, or would they? I don't know. Do what I'm doing. Sweet, we're almost done, sort of, but we're on a roll now because we got the right tip. 570. This thing still didn't shut off. The battery's like dying. That kind of sucks because the older one, I think we sent the older one to Brian, or somebody, I forget who. The older one shut off automatically. This one, maybe there's something in the settings. I have to check and see. But either way, it sucks because, you know, if you're gonna go new, at least have auto power off, and it should know it's not being used. So it looks pretty, like it's really nice and beautiful and stuff, but you know, it doesn't really, the functionality end of things, I don't want to babysit my stuff when you know, see, look, we're just tapping, and we couldn't tap, and if you just tap, like Brian said, your equipment will last long. Well, your equipment will love you. See, my equipment is loving me. And before it was like being abused. See, voila. And you can't do that with this tip. Honestly, I really don't know what this tip is for. Maybe Brian can tell us, because if this tip is working better than that tip, this tip is leaving you camping on your PCB board longer. When this one we just tap in less than half a second. So yeah, maybe why they use this as default, and then you know, you wind up having to sand your stuff down like I was. Look at that. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. This is gonna last years if you keep doing this, taking care of your stuff. This is how it should be. We make these videos, but definitely need a new one of these, because this is like freaking, it just keeps stringing us along. Alright, so now we have that. Watch your stuff. Make sure, I'll put this over here so that we don't accidentally melt this guy. But I have an oscilloscope soldering kit that we'll do next week or the week after. Should be interesting. So now, I think this is too high. I don't know. We'll find out in a second. Either way, when you put this in, make sure it's put in correctly. So we have, I'll show you this here. This little groove, and so that has to match. But that's so wild. Brian was fast back in the day. Brian was like the Quicksilver, the Flash of soldering. Only took him an hour and something minutes. So I'm not sure. We'll compare. We're just comparing. We're not putting it in, but make sure if you do put the capacitor in, it's in its correlating spot. Be careful there. Don't want to drop it on our hot soldering iron. 16 volt, 100 UF. This one is 105. Okay. We have 100, 100, 100. What else is there? What's back here? Got a D1. What's the D1? Oh, the diode. Oh man. Oh, nice. It shows the positive and the negative. Okay, cool. Last time it didn't show us. C3 1UF 1UF. We have that. Definitely not that one. Hold on. We need to make sure that the correct capacitor goes in 100 UF. Now remember, now with the capacitor, the long side's positive and the short side's negative. If you put it in wrong, that's okay. But if you're new to soldering, it's going to be a bitch to take out. If you know what you're doing and you have the right tools, you'll be okay. We've done that before in the previous live stream. We took a part out of something, I can't remember because we wanted to test. We took out a part to like one of the transistors, which have 3 connections, which are harder. But it can be done. It just takes practice. But eventually you will mess up, or you will need a part and you're going to have to take a part off a board. So, you could practice that, but it's no fun. It's like you only get one take. It's like the casino. Tito will come for you. We're testing it. And we got... Nice. Oh, wow. 103 .uf. So we're close. It's 100 UFs, but it says it on there on the container. But that's okay. We're good. We're just checking. We're just showing you guys. And see, capacitor 100 UF. 103 actually. But that's okay. It's never going to be exact. If it is, great. But don't worry. If you're within ballpark figure, you're fine. All right. So now we got 3 UFs, which are 100. Remember, the long side's the positive, right? And then we'll go 100 here. This one's going to need some tape because it's moving around. And then we have, remember, long side's positive, short side's negatives. And then we have here. See? Voila. I'm nervous now because I hope we didn't mess up the crystal. And then we have here. And don't just assume that it is the part. Double check. It should say 100 UF on there, because sometimes they all look the same. Like, oh, that looks like the part, because they do all look the same. But some are bigger, some are smaller. And for example, this one right here, what is that? 16 volt 100 UF. Because another 100 UF goes here, which I don't know if we can do it. We'll try if the painter's tape is long enough. And these you want to be flat, because remember, you're going to have to be able to close the radio, right? So that's why we don't want the parts sitting high on the board. They will have to be a special way. Otherwise the cover's not going to go on. All right, looks like we're good. Those are flat in there. And the other hard part is finagling these things so that we can get that right angle. All right, put this over here. Wow, we're almost done. Sweet. That's so cool. Let's see what Brian says. No, I didn't get an iron. I got a multimeter and a component tester. Yeah, component tester. Oh, so the soldering iron we gave to Christian. Yeah. And then we gave you the good stuff, the multimeter and the component tester, which is great because it has auto shut off. It does everything this thing does, which, great for testing components and parts. I didn't hear you say a thing about the multimeter. Thanks. It'll get used. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I can't remember. No, because it's good to have a spare one, an extra one. Maybe you're using your multimeter and a fuse blew, right? And you need to replace the fuse in there, which is what I did to the other one. The fuse blew. That's why it wasn't working, because the fuse blew. I think I blew something up on the channel. This is 570, and we should be able to just tap it. Tap 1, 2, whoops, 2. That one spent too much time camping and got too much solder, but we can fix it by doing that, taking the excess solder off. And this is, you don't want to, if you're working with LEDs, you really don't want to spend time camping out, because that that heat will melt the plastic inside of the LED. That's so weird. Like, it's just not I should be able to tap tap tap. Yay. I don't know why sometimes you can tap and it'll work, and other times you tap, doesn't want to see it. We just tap, probably because I didn't spend enough time on it. But as you can see here, watch that over there. Sweet. Now we got our nice connections. You hear that? Like a little harpsichord. All right, we're almost done. And again, like I was saying, on the LEDs, you don't want to spend time camping on them, and you want to make sure they're in correctly. I've seen this one guy on his YouTube channel where he has no trouble retrieving LEDs. It's tricky. I've done it before too, but it's just hard. It's got to be the right temperature, the right soldering iron. He was actually using a soldering iron that sucked up the solder, which is really cool. If you got something like that, you're going to be taking anything off the board. Anything is on the table. There's like a no. Nice connections. Thanks to the changing the tip. So now we got that. See our little bummer. Oh, it's all right. It's somewhat looks like, yeah, it looks like they could be down a little bit more. They may have moved a little. I mean, as long as they're flat, as long as the cover closes, but they're flush underneath there, which is good. And you could always, like, let's say if it's not flush, I don't recommend doing this, but you can apply the heat, right? And as it melts, of course it's not going to melt. It might take a little bit longer to melt. Hold it at the right angle. And when it melts, you just push it down. But as you can see, it takes longer for the magic to happen. But you really don't want to do that. It's fine. As long as the lid closes, you're fine. I wouldn't. And like, we don't have any excess. The goop is actually building up from putting that thing in the brass cleaner. So I definitely ordered a new cleaner, to be honest with you. Just putting solder on the tin, on the tip. Voila. We'll do that there. I have 3 of those specialized vacuum desoldering devices. Oh wow, that's so cool. And if you, I've only seen them, they're expensive. Like, but if you're going to be doing the legit stuff, like real stuff, you're not camping. You're just like plugging away. You're grinding away and just like boom, boom, boom. Whereas like with this, but you'll get there if you invest in the tools. But if you have them like Brian does, because he's an engineer so this is what he does. So you got to have the right tools. It's amazing that you got 3 of those. Yeah. So for him, for somebody like Brian, there's not gonna. There's no need for this. Where is it? Oh, right here. Because your solder, it's built into the soldering iron. And these you got to make sure before you use them. And a lot of times when you go to use them, you're like, oh shit, I got to take that out. And you don't you're not thinking, you're in a rush and in a hurry. And then what happens is you cross-contaminate your stuff. So like, oh no, I got to get that out of there. That shouldn't be there. And then all of a sudden you're realizing that when you do that, all the excess exfoliage of old solder is there. And then it goes on your sort of board, right? And then you can wind up bridging a connection, and then your whole project will go kaput. So these are good, but you have to make sure you keep them clean. Aside from making sure that your tip is clean before your next soldering job, you want to make sure that this is ready to go too, so that you have to open it up and clean it, and so that when you go to use it, all that shit doesn't wind up on your project. And then the next thing you know, like, yay, we just built the radio. And then all of a sudden, and like, oh no, what happened? I soldered everything correctly. I did, I swear, you were there with me. But unfortunately, on the other side, which is where all those little pieces would be, is where it went defunct. So yeah, that's why that special soldering iron that has it built in is just phenomenal. But even with that one, do you have to clean it too, or it just sucks everything up, and you don't have to worry about when you put it back on, you know, it's on a component. There's no remnants or exfoliage happening. So this is pretty good. So that's as high as that goes. Oh no, not pretty good. One more capacitor, the 1UF. All right. And then I think we're high enough. Then we can start going. Oh no, then we have the diode. Yeah, so and then we can start higher. And we're almost done. This one's nice because look, they put a positive and a negative. The other ones they didn't. I like that. That's like the old school way. You just knew, and you just knew which was positive, which was negative, and again, positive and negative, right? But then on the wafer, when you flip it over, it's kind of like, you know, you have to make sure the negative's a negative. That's, oh nice, this one's pretty tight, so we'll just be able to tap it. And the negative part, sorry, the positive part is the square, and the minus part and the round part is the negative on the board. So if you, in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, this part right here. So let's say there wasn't anything, right? Let's say on the board, you didn't know, like, wait, it was covered. Like sometimes they don't show it, right? You didn't see anything on the other one. They're like, oh no, which one's positive and which one's negative? I know where it is on the capacitor. See, it says negative, but where is it here? Well, the long side's positive, so we know the square on the board's a positive and the circle is the negative. They should have done it the other way though. It would be so much easier. You just follow the lines, and if you don't see it, now we know the square is the positive and the circle is the negative. So if you don't, sometimes they don't have it. Like for example, I think it has it right there, but it's faint on the LED. So now we can put this in like that, right? And then now we can solder it. And I've made that mistake before too, where like, I solder it, then I'm like, damn it, it's not the right one or the right way. And that's the hardest part. That's when you need that device that Brian has, or in our case we have a heat gun. A heat gun I'm comfortable using on components rather than the LEDs, because the LEDs like melt like Halloween candy. So now I just need to make sure that this is correct, that we have enough. Get it? See, this is the hardest part. Like a bad game of Twister, trying to hold it and solder it at the same time. See, boom, tap, and see, whoop, tap, voila, magnificent. And then see, soldering iron still looks good. You know, no need to dip it. No need to use the brushel, whatever it's called, the brass thingy. So now, bummer. We're gonna put these in, but you see how right there, I should have put that one in first, but that's okay. That's what the painter's tape's for. We're gonna put this right there, right? Sometimes you may need, let's see, I don't want to use that. It's got remnants of like some solder stuff in there, probably from the solder work thingy, and we don't want to cross contaminate. And this stuff, gosh, has lasted us years. I also use it to clean off the floor. I just, whatever I can. So make sure this is correct. So with this, you see, yeah, there's a little groove, and the groove follows the groove. See the groove right there, and there's like a little groove here. This has to be correct. If you do put it in wrong, I think it will let you put the chip in. It should still work. You just make sure you put the chip in right. I don't know, but you just want to do it correctly. And you got to be careful putting the chip in, because you can really hurt your fingers. Like, it hurts when you get pricked with a chip, a little prick. All right, so now we don't want to spend too much time camping on here because remember the other elements are just regular plastic, and this is we're going to use the Brian method. So you want to remember, oops, make sure nothing is sticking to, oh, let's take this off. I don't know why this is here. We're going to remember, let it sit on the board for a little bit, get hot, get your tip in its position, and you should just one, and then 2. See how fast it's going in? I hope it's not protruding out. No, you want to make sure that it's not coming out. Okay, and then we have 2. Let it sit on the board, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See? So oh, I missed one, and 8. So make sure you don't miss one, because if you don't get the connection, 1, 2. See, look at that. Wow, this is thanks to the tip. Thanks, Brian. Brian was the one, but we got to know before we start, not just start soldering and shit don't work, and then we just go around looking for what we need. So plan ahead. Look, see that? We're done with that part. Yeah, we did it. Sweet. I'll show you how that looks here, which was all along there. Really nice. So definitely cut that off, and let's check out the tip. Nice. So really cool. Definitely want to clean it a little bit. I like when my tip is like there, and then put some there. Keep it alive. Sweet. All right. Now, let's see what we got. Wow, how's your back? I have to say, it's really back-breaking, like sitting in these positions and trying to build what we're building and having your back cramp up on you. Or maybe it's like you need a special chair. I keep getting solicited for all these chairs, but they're not sending them. I don't know. This one I'm not sure if I should cut or not. We'll see if it closes or not, because it's a little high, right? That little potentiometer thing. So now we have that, but I'm not going to put the chip in until until later, because I don't want to apply heat or short shit out. Because sometimes when let's say I'm putting solder here and I have the soldering iron there, you could still feel the heat traveling through the board, which is pretty wild. And I don't want anything traveling through the board with the chip in it, other than the power from the batteries. So I believe we're high enough to now move ahead to the scoreboard. Maybe, let's see. Oh man, I missed one, because we're definitely not putting the USB-C one on this one. We're going to put it on the other one. If we're going to destroy anything, it's not going to be this radio. It's going to be the old one. Okay. Alright, so let's see. But the only weirdest part is like, no. I wonder if the multimeter will tell us which one's positive and negative. So with this one, it's a little bit tricky. So this is why you want to stay flat. So that one should have gone on first, because it's just moving around and it's flatter than any of the parts. In this case, it only goes on one way, so we're not worried about the positive and negative side of things. We're just, because there's only one way to put it on. But it's just like if we wanted to put, do this. See, there's a positive and negative, but we're going to blow another radio up. We're going to test it out and see. Not this one. So now, this part's tricky because you want to make sure. That's why I like to do it. I don't want it to move, and it's hard to get it to stick in there. So that's where this thing comes in. So put it in like that, and we'll use this thing to get it on the other side so that it goes in. See? And now, remember, this is micro. There's one design for it. We're not experimenting on the existing radio. And so now, actually, maybe we'll do that. And you know what? Let's do this later, because I want to see if the other one works on the other one. And if it does, we'll just solder the other one. All right. So this is going to be tricky in there. So we got to do what we just did with that one, with this one, because we're surrounded. We're surrounded by capacitors, and even though this will go in, see, now we've got no real estate to play with when it comes to the tape, and if we flip it over, it falls out. Let me think. You know what? Let's see what happens with the tape. Let's see if it lets us, right? I think if we push it down, right? If we let it push it there and then push it like around there and there, around the edges, and then we flip it over, we should be all right. Yeah, nice. Sweet. We might be able to use the oscilloscope on here. Maybe. Let's see. So now, make sure it's in. And remember, tap, 570. Takes a while for it. Oh, wow, we got 2 bars left. Oh, we're going to have to speed things up. So I probably recommend having another battery or a backup soldering iron, because as you can see, I don't remember how much time we get with this soldering iron. Not a lot, but enough. I guess it's meant to be for those, you know, like you're working a job and you need that extra power. But it does come with replacement batteries. I mean, it has the option. It does come with it, but you would buy that on the website. How does this come out? Oh, you unscrew that. So let's shut it off. Remember, it takes a second or two to turn on, and I think it's the same battery as my the Bookman bicycle light. So if you have a Bookman bicycle light and you need a battery, just pull it out. I would recommend using a better, see how it's skipping? Be careful there, because you don't want to strip that screw. I would recommend using the old-fashioned Radio Shack screwdriver, but because it just works, it doesn't strip your stuff. And then in there, just have another battery on. Oh wow, no, it's really big. Another battery on standby, because we only got 2 bars left, but we should be done. And then we push that in, hold this like this. And is it magnetized? I don't know, but can't remember. It does come with the screwdriver, but the screwdriver is similar to the screwdriver you get with the Nintendo Switch kits, which are not the best, and they usually wind up stripping. But this one, there we go. Make it a little tighter since it's protruding the other way. And then now, imagine it says 3 bars. Press OK. Nah, still 2 bars. 570. Press OK. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, probably like 10 or 11, because I was counting fast. But now it's at the ideal temperature, and I believe, scoreboard, right? Scoreboard, and that's it. Oh, and the power and the speaker, and we're done. Oh, and the LED, and that's it. So now I think we're high enough to work our way up. I think, yeah, because all the buttons, yeah, the buttons. So with the scoreboard, with the the screen that reads your numbers, we could leave the plastic on there for now. You know which way is the top and which way is the bottom because of the decimals. See how it says point CD 101.9. Remember CD 101? Be cool. CD 101.9. The jazz station. Smooth jazz. That's right. We've got you covered on this radio station, Brian. Today we're going to be playing a song just for you. Oh, that sticker does come off, but I'd leave it on honestly, until the end. Until you know, because you don't want to accidentally touch it with your soldering iron. We should be able to reuse the tape again. Put this down right there. And yeah, after this, the buttons are a little bit harder, but not so hard because we have the soldering iron set with the right tip, but just doing similar here with the tape experience, because you want to make sure that the buttons are flat, and if they're not, the cover won't close. Everything is flush with the plastic or glass, depending on which radio you have. So this is flush, and if it's too high or crooked, it won't fit through the buttons. I'll show you in these parts right here. So they have to be straight. Remember, if it's not, it won't close, and it'll just be defunct. And you want it to close because, remember, it has to be straight. I can't stress that anymore. Because if the button is slightly pushed in a certain direction, it's going to be stuck on auto search, or it's going to be stuck on the volume section. So you want to make sure they're straight, because when they go in, and if it's at an angle, you're going to be stuck in like auto search or whatever. So that's the only downside. If they left more buffer, there'd be room for error, but there's no room for error on the buttons. Or they could be. You could just take your soldering iron and make the hole bigger and melt it, right? I don't know, but you don't want to do that. Maybe you're making this as a gift. So yeah, now that, remember, oh man, this thing is still on. It's crazy. The one you got, Brian, has auto shut off, which is really cool. But that's okay. I'm gonna shut it off. Maybe it's something in the settings. I don't know. Either way, that sucks. All right, so now we got that. So now, we're just gonna tap, tap, tap. All right, tap away. I just hope that. Yeah, I don't think we have to go any higher, any lower, other than the micro connection, but it's okay. All right. And there we go. So find an angle that works right for you. For me, I think this one will work well. Make sure we have some, the tip is just a little tin so that we're not, nice. And then, like Brian said, let it get hot on the board a little bit, and then boom. Let it stay, keep it on the board a little bit, and then boom. Keep it on the board a little bit. Thank you, Brian. The Brian Slabs technique. Keep it on the board a little bit. Boom. Let the board get hot, hot, hot. Everybody baila. Oh yes, all the time I'm feeling hot, hot, hot. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, I'm feeling hot, hot. Oh, hot, 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 hot. Talking all that jazz. Yeah. And then voila. Thank you, Brian Slabs. We did it. Sweet. Now I'm just gonna check the tip. Wow, look at that. With the right tip, now I see how your stuff lasts a long time. This will into your retirement. Like if you just don't abuse it, everything's gonna be alright. Wow, look at that. This is my first like really awesome soldering iron. You know, I thought the other one was good, but this is just great. Love it. Except, I hope it's not crooked. No, it can't be, because the holes were, you know, designated to go in one way. Yeah, look at that. Remember, good looks will only get us so far. If this shit don't work, we're back to the drawing board, troubleshooting. It's possible that sometimes they don't work. If the LED display isn't working, it's a diode issue. We had that with another one where we replaced one, not diode, a resistor issue, and then we replaced one of the resistors, and that got the magic happening. But hopefully we don't have to do anything. The magic will just happen. All right, so we got our buttons. There's no rhyme or reason. Hopefully with the buttons it has these little claw things on it, and it'll just grab itself from the other side, and you don't have to worry about when you turn it upside down. But now you do. See, look, it's not flush. So if I push this in, it's got to be like that. So this is the only tricky part. It's fixable. We actually have a whole, talk about like having spare soldering iron tips. I got a whole drawer filled with these things, because when you order these, you can't just order like 4 or 5. They usually send you dozens of them, hundreds. And I'm like, wait, but I only need one. Kind of like with the book of life for resistors. I'll show you. We have the book of life. Hold on, one sec. Full version of me. So it's similar for most components. You just can't like, oh, I just need one. I just need 5 or 6. Instead, they send you hundreds of them. So like here, I just need a 4K, a 10K, a no K, 4K. I was like, where are the parts? This goes on and on and on and on. And so that's how it is. I have a whole drawer filled with the other parts. But these are okay. These are, you can find the number you're looking for. And same thing here. Anyway, you get the idea. We make these videos so you don't have to. Alright, so now we have here. Oh, but I definitely, before Brian goes, if you have to go, let us know. If you're still here, great. Because the other one, the next build, the next soldering build, he'd definitely help us with that one. Like how to set it up. Not how to set it up, like the use of it. The oscilloscope wave tester / creator. I'll get it in a bit, but so now we're gonna put this like that. Make sure. Oh, wrong camera. Me stuff. There we go. So now we want to make sure. Remember, if there's lopsided and bent, it's gonna fit through the hole, but then you're gonna be stuck on either volume up or auto search for your radio station. What's your favorite radio station? 106.5.
That's right. We've got your favorite music on the radio. Tune in tomorrow so that we can see who wins the $5,000 giveaway.
Or they have the other radio host. Hey guys, welcome back. We're going to just play some music from the oldies. I like the 101.1. We play your favorite oldies. CBS FM 101. Dun, 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 101. So I think it goes something like that. We play your favorite oldies. CBS FM. Oops, I'm camping. It's getting like black on here. That's weird. Don't want that. And that's why, yeah, you gotta clean off the tip. It's getting corroded. See, that's why I kept doing what I was doing. Wow, it's like night and day. Got that one. That one. One of them I messed up on. And that's because my tip was getting black. And we don't want that. But that's fixable, you know, that's the least of my worries. Which is why you want your tip tinned, or like Brian was saying, camp for a little and then drop the solder. Camp for a little and drop the solder. Let it sit and get hot, and then voila. So I got 2 ends. I'm going to put some solder on my tip. Yay! Whoop, we got one, and then there's another one. Another one that needs fixing. Got it. Sweet. Yeah, why that happens, I don't know. Sometimes that does. I have desoldering tips for that station. By the way, that will allow soldering or obviously desoldering of the entire dip socket all at once. It takes 5 seconds total. Install or remove. Wow, that's amazing. That means you're not abusing any of the parts when it takes 5 seconds. That right chair makes a difference, to be sure. The one I'm sitting in right now, I've had since 1988. Wow. I had a nice chair that was once given to me. It was somewhat comfortable. It was like one of those old Herman Miller chairs. Oh my god. It was great sitting back in. And they were expensive. I would never buy a Herman Miller chair. But I was working for this company that was liquidating and selling everything. And they're like, my friend, do you want the chair? Take the chair. It's good for business. I'm like, well, sure, I'll take the chair. And then someone came over my house and they were like, oh my god. I was like, is that a Herman Miller chair? I'm like, who's Herman Miller? I don't know who the fuck who Herman Miller is. And then it was then I realized I had a nice piece of art in my home. I had a Herman Miller chair. I had a fancy chair. I was fancy pants, you know? It's like, wow. And then I forgot what I did with it. Oh, I sold it. I ended up selling it for cash because apparently it was a collector's piece, you know? Really cool. That was so weird. The soldering iron. Look, the temperature was. Oh, no wonder why going up and nothing was sticking. And like I was saying, it could either be the soldering iron, right? Which in this case, I was spending a little more time camping. And nothing was melting because we got 1 bar left, and the temperature dropped. It went up again, dropped and went up. So that means that let's put it to the test. Wow, so we don't get a lot of time with this. How much time do we get with this? Oh, 2 hours and 37 minutes. But you could still use it while it's charging. But if you're doing what I'm doing, when everything was just flowing, I was like, hey, thanks, Brian. This is great. I love it. I'm using your technique. And then all of a sudden, shit's going defunct because I'm taking more solder off because the solder that was sticking wasn't working. And it turns out the freaking thing's dying. And that's why sometimes it just pays to have a soldering iron that's plugged in, you know, like, so you don't wind up doing what we're doing here. Now we're back to where we were when the show started, right? When I was like, this is basically what I was doing, you know, and that's why. And this is how you abuse your parts or your components and things like that. So, you know, sometimes it just pays to, and we're not having, now things are not, we lost our mojo. We're not flowing like we were. We're like freaking, like now this is like soldering for beginners. And then, yay, and that's it. And so if we were using the soldering iron that plugs in, you know, it would be alright. See, now it's not, yeah, I see it going up and down. Yeah, so we definitely need, 2 hours, know the project, how long it's going to take, but, and remember, that's a, looks like we're going to have to shut this off. Because the temperature is going up and down as it's charging because it's only got 1 bar. Similar to like when your phone dies. If your phone dies, right? Actually, let's turn it back on so we can tin the tip. If your phone dies and you got 1% battery and you start using it, right? And then all of a sudden you start using it and then the phone dies again and shuts off because there's 1% is not enough to make the magic happen. So you gotta, like, you know, we'll just tin that. And then maybe 2% or 5 is ideal so that you can just maintain continuity whatever you're doing. I was like, no, I was wondering why it wasn't working. All right, so 2.5 hours. That's all right. And that's why I was saying, you know, if you're going to take the show on the road, for sure 2 batteries, right? So now we're definitely going to shut this off. Let that charge, put the cover back on. And again, always have a plan B, whether it be another soldering iron, another battery, or whatever. Otherwise I'd be like, we hope this video helped you. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to leave them down below, or ideas for other videos. Remember to like and subscribe, and we'll see you all next time. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a bummer, But that's alright. We make these videos so you don't have to. I'm just going to stop that one from playing. But definitely need to remember it's plastic, so the buttons, but we got the buttons on correctly. Nothing. I was like nervous. I was afraid to show you. Yeah, well, they did. They're pretty straight and even, right? Except for maybe that one. We'll know once we put them in, but once we put the cover on. But so far so good. Nothing looks like it's gonna get stuck. Got solder at all the right places, except for that one. That's where the soldering iron died. A little bit of a bummer. But if you know what to look for, right, and don't keep trying, like, oh, it's not working, I'll just keep trying and trying and trying, and next thing you know, you're abusing your components. You know, it just don't work. But I think we're pretty much done because we've got everything except for the power source, because if it works on the other one, we're gonna let's see if the cover, I'm pretty sure the cover will go back on. So now we definitely need the LED. That's a no-brainer. And then we're done. So remember, short sides negative and long sides positive, but we have our little LED tester right here, right, which is really cool. Brian's got one too. You can pop them in, or you can use the little connector thingies. But we should get a little flicker of light, and black is negative, red is positive, and then just finding that. Voila. Now turn it on. Furnace, I forgot how to pronounce it. And then see, yay, it works. See, you saw that diode. See, so now we know we can put it in, and now you know how to test your diodes. We had a diode kit where soldering kit where it came with like over 100 LEDs, 50 on each side, and some of them were dead, and we didn't know until we put the shit together. And then I ordered another one, and then finally we tested it, and some were dead, and we just swapped from one kit to another. And that's why you need a diode tester, because if you got 100 LEDs to check for your little kit like this here I'll show you, you don't want to solder it and then find out many moons later that shit don't work. I don't know if you guys remember this one, but this was it works with the sound of music, right? So like it's a good party New Year's Eve glasses where, when you're talking and then you go, clap your hands, everybody. We can't play music because it's like copyright, and then the video gets blacklisted. Oh, I could be like an alien, like a cyborg. Hello, come with me if you want to live. I'll be back. Yeah. Hello, I'm Lou. Hello. Ha ha ha. It's working over there. And then robot stops talking. So it's really cool. Fun party. My kids they each have a pair, and they used it during New Year's. They took it to a party. So it was really cool. But the first kit they sent us, none of the LEDs, half the LEDs didn't work. I was like, what the fuck? And then I assumed that they sent us a working, kit, but nope. Every LED had to be tested, and then some of them were dead, and we just swapped from another. Oh damn! Gotta remember to shut this off. There's gotta be an auto shut off on that thing. So now we are going to put the diode in there. We know it works. And if the shit don't work, it means we messed something up. I'm nervous now because Brian told us that if we apply too much heat, which we may have in the beginning, right, to that other component, and not because we didn't know what we were doing, the soldering iron was just defunct, So we have this, remember, long sides positive and short side's negative, or the circle is the negative, in case you don't see this one. I think, let's see what happens if we turn it upside, no, see if we turn it upside down and start soldering it. See, and we want it to be flush. So, damn, I hate when that happens. So that's okay, we could still reuse this. Make sure when you put the tape back on, it's not reflective and shiny, because then that just means you have remnants of stuff that shouldn't be on there that'll short shit out. Or bridge your connection, and then you'd be like, my radio's not working, mayday, mayday, can you hear me, can you hear me? All right, so let's see what we got. Sweet. So you just push it in. So even though you push it in, you think like, oh, it's in there. It's not. We just showed you the proof is in the pudding. Now it's flush, and we've got the robust soldering iron. So you have a plan B. You know, maybe you, if you can't afford like a more robust soldering iron like this one, like a plan B soldering iron, just get another battery and you'll be fine. Remember, we're going to use the Brian's Labs technique. Let it sit for like there, 1, 2, and voila. And then let it sit for a little bit, the Brian's Labs technique, 1, 2, and voila. Wow, that's really cool. I like that technique, but it also helps to have a soldering iron like this. We refurbished it. We brought it. We gave it a second life. But you won't have to do that if also you have it set to the right temperature. Actually, let me just have it ready to go for next time. If so, like if you have your soldering iron set to cook like a rotisserie chicken, then that's going to ruin your tip too. So a lot comes in. There's so much that comes into play. It's not like plug and play. But see, and you want it to look like that, not like that, before you put it where it's supposed to go. Alright, no, we're not moving forward. I believe we're not done. Bummer. We still have, so we have the power, positive and negative, and the speaker. Speaker is a little bit tricky, but see, that's what I should be hearing when I snap these things, but looks like I need a new one of those. So you have extra power, you have ground, RX, TXD, and other connections there if you want to like spice things up a little. So now we just need to connect the power and the speaker. All right, and put the chip in, and we'll do that last. Oh, and the antenna. The buttons go on last. This part's a little bit tricky because on all these kits, maybe Brian has a solution. These kits, the antenna will go on really tight, and then after, maybe we should solder it, I don't know. And then after like playing with the radio, finagling the antenna, the bolt becomes loose. So no matter how tight you make it, it doesn't matter. So this is where the antenna goes. The antenna is going to become loose again, which is really weird. You would think that the bolt would make it taut. This part you have to be careful for. Make sure that, oh, that's not turning. Because sometimes the antenna should be able to turn. We'll use a screwdriver. Where is it? We just had it a second ago. I don't know. Alright, so you have to make sure that this one isn't too tight. Wow. That's not budging. And that's not from me. That's from like the factory. Let's try the Radio Shack screwdriver. Radio Shack, America's technology store, something like that. All right. Oh, here it is, right here. There we are. It may not work though. I might need something more powerful. So they did something at the factory where they just made this impossible to turn, even with the more stable screwdriver. What? Well, that's definitely too big. Okay. I wonder why they did that though. But that's okay. We can always take the antenna from. Oh wow, man, that's not moving. Not budging, and this is not moving either. Let me try a drill. Yay. Let's see, where is my drill? Alright. May or may not work. I don't know. They really put that on. I wonder if it's done by machine or man. Full version of me. So when you know, this is when we can officially say, welcome back to everything that glitches. Oh no, I don't think that's gonna work. Let's see. Nope, not unless you want to strip it. Maybe another head. Let's try another head. Really, people who created this thing? That might work. Yay! Maybe this one? I see. We make these videos so you don't have to. Let's see if this one will fit. Oh yeah, that one will fit, but we don't know. Oh wow. Make a video on how to replace this thing. What the fuck? Wow, that's really on there. I don't recall what I was doing the last time that required it to be so tight. This one, do I use the attachment? Do I have one? Yeah, I do. Alright. Yay. I can't remember what I was doing. Oh, the sheetrock in the wall. The 2x4. Drilling in. Alright. A little trepanation happening here. Yay, that did it. Sweet. Alright. But the rest we can do by hand. Wow, that was really in there. That's insane, man. Alright. So you're going to need a more powerful drill or a bigger screwdriver that you do by hand, like with the big grip. Because that's the only way to get that. Hopefully your kit doesn't look like that. You know, don't have a similar experience, but better. Now, see, look, yay! I can turn the screw, and then now it's a little bit too loose. Now I can see why they made it tight, because the quality probably didn't pass quality control. So I gotta make it a little tighter. Damn it! Whoops! This thing sticks to everything. So unfortunately, it has to be tighter, but not so tight where it doesn't move, you know? So now we gotta go in there. And then hopefully, we just want it to move. Oh yeah, a little bit, not a lot, but yeah, see, then this is the issue we had with the antenna. When you move it too much, it just, the screw becomes loose between here and the joints over there. But I think it's all right now. I think now it's safe to say we can put it back on, and we know how to, at least now we know how to fix it, right? So this part, see how that's like that? We could put this like this, right? Hopefully. How's the other one? Yeah, we can do that like that. And then put this through the hole here. See, I was thinking of soldering it so that this wouldn't move at the base, because what happens is it's a similar experience to what we were just doing just now. The bolt just becomes looser no matter how tight you make it, which is really weird. Whoops, this part's tricky. Whoops, but we got it. And watch your capacitor, because you don't want to ruin it. Whoa, where did it go? I think it fell. Remember, it's magnetized, so it will stick to other places or roll on to something that it's not. Oh, here it is right here. So just be careful. The hardest part is doing this part. Yay, we got it. Sweet. And I'm just following because see it's round there, and it's square here, like rectangular on the other side. So I'm just assuming that's how it's supposed to go, but it doesn't matter. As long as you can get it, the magic to happen. And so now we can find our screwdriver. Had it here a second ago. Oh, it's down there on the floor. We're almost done. Just 2 more things and that's it. See? Just keep turning it and hold the bolt, right, until this doesn't move anymore. And then now, hopefully, see, that's the thing. This thing doesn't really do justice because even if we held this and made it tighter, it just doesn't make the magic happen, unfortunately. So that'll keep spinning, right? So if we take a little needle nose pliers and hold the bolt, we can hold the bolt, right? Keep that aligned so that's like that, right? And then we can hold the bolt on this side with the needle nose pliers, right? And then hold that like that, and then make sure that's straight, right? When that's straight, the bolt will turn and everything's locked, right? But the only problem is as soon as you start finagling with the antenna again, the bolt becomes loose. That's the only downside. All right, so we have it tight now. You'll see in a bit. Let's clean up here a little bit. Just make room for stuff. Oh, Swedish Forge, what's up? I didn't know you were here. I didn't hear no bells. Nice, cool. Tighten the screw tight with the base aligned with the wide pad. Yeah, I tried that, but see, it just keeps moving. That's so weird. So we made it tight, but it just becomes loose. That's why I thought maybe solder. See, look. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We'll try it again once we get the power up and running. But as you can see, I don't know. It's like, yeah. And even if we did the bolt on the other side, then solder around the pad. Oh, wow. Can we do that? All right, let's do that. I was waiting for that because I wasn't sure. All right, let's try that. We'll solder around the pad. Remember, apply and let dry. We're going to put some heat. Well, it's so. I was nervous. I wasn't sure if that would work because there was no, maybe, I don't know, different connection. So now, clean that off. Thank you, Brian's Labs. And that should lock. So it's locked in. We got the bolt in as tight as we could. And it took a freaking drill to undo it. So now we're just going to do the Brian's Labs technique. Hopefully it lets us. This one's a little bit tricky because ideally I'd want it to be that way. But the solder is on that side of the tip. So we're just going to let it get hot. And then solder around. But I want the solder to be like in there. Do do do. Nice. That might have done it. And then some in there. All right, we'll let it get hot. And then the edges are hard, to be honest with you. But I like how it just bleeds, though. That part's really cool. And now I'm just gonna. Oh, nice. Tip looks great. for those of you who are wondering, I recommend having one of these too, even though we haven't used it, but then you wouldn't hear me. So when you're soldering, it sucks everything out. It's a little fan that was sent to us from Nose Biggs, which is really amazing. But as you can see, it does impede the audio experience. Oh, wow, it worked, Brian. Yeah, it's not moving. It's hot. Well, because all that heat traveled, so I gotta wait for it to cool off before I actually start attempting to move it. Right? But other than that, I'll get that later. We are busy. Oh wow, that's weird. It's still playing on the other one. Let me just hold on. Oh wait, it stopped. Yeah, so that's really nice. We're gonna let it cool off, and it looks like it worked. I just wasn't sure if you can do that. If like we were allowed to, like if it's like a no. But look, it worked out really. Look at our soldering connections. Really nice. I don't think we'd be able to achieve that with. Oh look! Oh my God! We're able to move the antenna without it coming apart at the base a little bit. No, but that's okay. We can apply more heat and maybe put. Oh, you know what? Or maybe even put some solder underneath there, right? Unscrew it so that when the solder melts, yeah, that's a great idea. It will. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's unscrew it. Right from here, because it's going to come off really easily, because I got somewhat of the base but not enough of it, to be honest with you. But we're going to use the Brian's Labs technique and do this. Watch, we are gonna take this off. Hopefully this works, right? And then take our soldering iron, apply and let dry. We're going to put solder, let it go bloop all over here, right? And do there and do there, right? Sweet. And then now, right, we're going to clean off the tip, and then we're going to put this in like that, right? Put that in. Let that be flush, and then find our bolt, right? And then this is the tricky part, because if we drop the bolt, we lose it. And then, oh, wait, no, we don't. We definitely don't want it on the other side. Hopefully, it works. We'll make it as tight as we can with the what do they call it? Needle nose plier. Not so tight where it doesn't move, but just tight enough so it's not spinning forever. This is the other tricky part, remember? Because so we're gonna hold this with one end, right? Hopefully, and then turn it with the other. But we gotta get on the other side. Hold on. So now, if I can somehow hold that, whoops! Don't break your stuff. It's okay. We make these videos so you don't have to. If we can hold this, because I need to have two hands. Oh, and these don't have grips on it. That's so weird. These needle nose pliers don't have like those ridges in it, which kind of sucks. So usually they do. And now we turn it. We can lock it. Okay, we got that, right? It's pretty tight. A little bit. Little, not a lot. If we can get that like that, and then turn here. Okay, cool. Now, hopefully, we can imagine that the solder starts dripping down the screw, like the bolts inside those edges. Then we won't be able to get the screw off. The screw will be there forever. Okay, so now we apply heat, let it melt. Oh, wrong side. Make sure you're on the right side, which is the tin side, and apply heat here and the edges. Hopefully it starts to make the magic happen in there underneath. Right? Nice, I see it melting under there. That's so cool. But now we're just gonna need a little bit more. Let that heat go in there. Now I can see there's room underneath for more. Hopefully, right? This is the only issue with this kit, the antenna experience. And remember, no camping. That should do the trick. We can get in there, deep in there. It's just not. Remember, the antenna is going to be hot, so be careful. Hopefully. I think that did it. Now I just got to get the other side. We learn from the best. Thanks, Brian's Labs. Ow! I just touched the antenna. That you don't want to do. Well, hopefully that worked. Make sure your tip. Wow, look at that. The tip is golden. Not golden, but just tinned. Remember, this is the soldering iron we're using because the other one died on us. It needs a charge. Let's see what we got in the comments. Just got here. Do we have a radio now? Not yet. Afix, what's up, Afix? Welcome back. It's been a while. What are you up to? No need to unscrew it. Okay, no, hopefully not. We'll check in a second. Just heat it up and then feed some solder into the crack. I did, yeah, I did that. And I fed some solder into the crack. It's now a crack, baby. Okay. Oh, that's hot. Wow, the soldering iron's still hot for a little bit. That's iron, the antenna. Well, nice. Look at that. That did it. Thanks you, Brian's Labs. I'm not sure why we had to jerry-rig it, but I don't recommend doing what I just did. I'd let it cool off some more, you know, because you want to make sure that connection is there. All right, so now we almost got a radio. We just need to put the speaker and the power, and of course the chip. The chip's going in is really easy. Positive, negative to the battery. That's going to be easy right there. I kind of like the way the setup is for the battery because in the soldering iron, because we'll just be able to tap it. Usually what I do is sort of tap it, but you kind of get the idea. We're going to put the negative with the negative, and the positive. I guess the wires are the same length on the radio. All right, let's see. We're going to put some solder here on the solder pad for the negative. On the positive, on the plus wire for the speaker, and then on the negative wire for the speaker. You do want it to be a little bit higher, a little bit chunkier, so that because the wires are a little bit more robust, and we just want it to feed right in. This is great. We just tap it, tap, 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 and it just works. Doesn't happen like that all the time. All right, so now I'm just gonna put the wires. This is the black. Black is black could use a little more here. Just wanted to like, there we go. So that when it goes in, yay, that's the negative, And here's the positive for the speaker. Whoops, what was that? So weird. We have a lot of weird sounds happening in here. The positive. And same thing here. We're almost done. And you do want to check to make sure it works before closing it up, right? Because otherwise we got to take it apart again. Let's check our tip. Wow, look at that. Sweet. I love that. Let's put a little bit there. I don't recommend doing what I'm doing right now over your components because sometimes solder can drip out or plop off somewhere, and you know, you want to do it like this on the sideline. But you know, I don't know, I've been soldering long enough to know my equipment, you know, nice. Now it's ready to go for our next thing, which is the other battery connections. I don't know, just like keeping it clean like that. Where are we? This part right here. See, these screwdrivers they give you, sometimes they're good for the job and sometimes they are disastrous for the job. It's like hit or miss, you know. That part's the scary part. All right, let's see what we have here. These little connection thingies. Oh, and screws. All right, sweet. The spring part is the negative side, the minus. So with these, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so this, probably 1, 2 get to ride, and the other one gets to piggyback on its own. All right, so this should go in like this for a negative, I believe, and positive. So that means that this goes. One moment, please. Interesting. I wonder how, because look, where do I have a battery? I had a battery on another kit. This spring part, right, is for the minus part of the battery. So there's only one way this thing could go in. And so if I put it in like that, it's backwards because the spring's the other way. And if I put it in like this, there we go. Now this one, because the one side is positive, so there's like a designated one. So the hardest part will be taking a screwdriver, because once you have them in, it's going to be a pain to take out. And watch your fingers. You don't want to hurt yourself. Wind up on the ER, and they'd be like, "What were you doing? What happened?" I was building a radio. And then now, whoops! See, that could have been my fingers. All right, and then down here, you can always like bend that back to lock it in, but there's no need to because it's pretty much going to lock in anyway. And then have here, the other one goes on the other side. And so now similar process. The spring is the negative. Sometimes they just go right in like that. See, it just boom went in. That's why they create that little tab to lock, because it's not always like that. And then you can just push this, I guess maybe that way. I'm not really sure, but you know, whichever way to lock it, yeah, the opposite way, so that you know you can just use a screwdriver and push down. As long as you have the correct one in, right? If it's wrong, remember the spring part is the negative. This one should go right in. Yeah, see, they go right in. It's only, well, no, this one needs a little nudge, which is fine. Nudge is good because then you know it's gonna work. It's gonna create that friction tightness. And here we go right here. See, the plus, the flat side is the positive side. And then, oops, fell off its tracks. And then now, on the radio. Now we're gonna skim through the channels because, oops, if we start playing music, then we get blacklisted. It's messed up though. You know, like if you just can't play your favorite song. We used to do that, Afix. Remember in the beginning when we first started the channel, I'd be like, we'll just play a song. And we used to play the Platters when the show was over. Good Night, Sweetheart. Like I would say, Alexa, play Good Night, Sweetheart by the Platters, and then it would be like, do, 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 do. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. And then that's how we know the show was over. Can't do that anymore because I didn't realize like Ali was like, who needs to make money on YouTube? And then the channel became monetized. I was like, and all those videos became restricted and blacklisted. And so I had to delete them. Anything that had music. Yeah. So we'll skim through the channels if it works, but we can't play any music. Should have left it bolted, solid, heated up, applied solder, done. Oh wow. Yeah. The bolt. Yeah, I don't know. This worked. We used your technique. Look at that. It cooled off. It got solder in there, and that's not coming off. Sort of. Let's test and see. Look at that. We used the Brian's Labs technique. I don't know why we had to do that though. Like it should have just come. We had to use the drill to get that off because that thing was on there like, I don't know, like throwing like the sword of King Arthur. And let's see, did I move anything? No, it's still good. Let me check and see. Yeah, that looks good. I just want to make sure that thing's gone defunct. Alright, so that takes care of that. Sweet. And now, the other part, which is a little bit tricky. So this is where the speaker goes, but that we can do last. So now we need to see if this will go on. Where's the... Oh, here's the cover. So hopefully the buttons go on. Right, it'll go through the holes and all that other fun stuff. There's a potentiometer in there that I don't know if we're going to need to finagle with. Hopefully not. But we'll know. See? And what happens is if the buttons are correct, you can press them or move them left and right. Looks like we're good. Looks like they gave us more space on that one. So now let's connect the back part, which is the power and the speaker and all that other fun stuff. We'll have to probably cake some solder on here. On the speaker, you got a positive and negative. You have a negative and a positive. Looks like they were somewhat generous with the solder. We can add a little more. Who's that? Ken. 136 solar eclipse today. I wonder if there are any TFRs. Yeah, we're soldering. I don't. 1:36 a.m. or p.m. Solar eclipse. Get the drone up too. I don't know. No, I can't. We're in the middle of something. Maybe. Let me just go outside and check and see. Well, it gives us 10 minutes. I think we can do this in the meantime. Let's make sure we can do both. We can live stream an eclipse. Battery, and then the power. Okay. I don't know. I'm not so... oh, actually, I have to make sure if the girls are going to go look at the eclipse that they have the glasses. Though we have the eclipse glasses. So they don't abuse their eyes. So we'll put a little more here. Yeah, we're right. We're not missing anything. One there, and then one there. Sweet. Make sure they're the right cables, because the last thing you want to do is put, the wrong negative to the battery. And then up here, and then we have negative, positive. Oh wait, see? Speaking, I just messed it up. I did it wrong. There we go. Yeah, make sure you don't do what I just did, like I just said. Because on the wiring is weird, it's crossed. See how it's crossed? But that's because that's the way the positive goes and that's the way the negative goes. Which is really weird. So now Where are we now? I'm just gonna put this away over here. And the other tricky part is this right here, which is the the battery connectors. Like, no. Alright, so I guess we need to bend these back a little bit so that we can get our soldering connections in there. And then you just need one negative and one positive. You're fine. We'll do one on each side. Okay. It's hard to see. It's like a bad game of Twister. Alright, so for here, it's a little bit tricky, but we can put, I think we have like that special sticky glue, double-sided tape, so that we can put the speaker on, right? Speaker, you are not me. Make sure it's, oh wow, this adhesive tape really does work. So I'm going to use a different one. You want it to be centered. So we'll put the speaker on. Plus I don't want to mess up my lens. Isn't it bad to stare into the eclipse? So now we have here, and then we peel this back. Alright, voila. Now, if that's correct, we should be able to put this like that. Oops, sort of. Yeah, there we go. See? Yay! And that's lined up. So it looks like a booger. And now we got that there. Now the power. So we want to make sure that we complete the circuit with the power. So we'll do one on the top for the positive, and then one on the back for the negative. The only tricky part is getting the solder to stick. Okay. And I believe, let's see, one there and one there. Is that right? Okay. Well, let's see where the speaker is, and then that'll give us an idea of like how to put the wires. Okay. So we'll run the positive right there. Okay. Right there. A little bit. Hold on. And then we'll just use like the black tape or something. This part's hard because it's like we only got so much space to work with. Sorry, Ken. Thanks for the heads up on the eclipse, but not happening. We're building a radio. And so now, let's see, one positive, one negative. We must complete the experiment before the storm passes. Let's see. Put some there, put some solder on it. Alright. This is the part that confuses me, because you have like one end positive, one end negative, a negative, a negative, like, and like, where does it go? I'm like, where does it go? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Yay. Whoops. This part's tricky because you just want it. You got it. To be where it's supposed to be. Put some over here and spin it around. I'm your DJ. Welcome back. What's your favorite radio station? Okay. Afix, that's so cool. What are you up to? Whoops. Wrong one. It's alright. We make these videos so you don't have to. I just need to get some of that off. See, we just abused our equipment. That's alright. Just there wasn't enough solder on there. Yay, we got it. Now we need to clean it off. Got a little bit of goopiness on there. And that's why this thing comes in handy. A little tip cleaner. Wire we got a lot of. We got a lot of that wire, so if we messed it up, we're okay, because we got so much of that even I don't know what to do with it. It's just not the same quality, though. Where are we? Yep, we're there. So now we're just going to melt the solder. Yay. Sweet. And then now we need 3 batteries. I don't know. We might. And then I'm going to put this back on the radio. Oh, and then we'll put the black tape on soon. I'm going to look outside, though, and see. Maybe I got to get 3 batteries. I'm seeing like the eclipse starts. You usually get like 20-minute buffer. I don't know. I see the sun. It is blinding, but I don't see any eclipse happening anytime. Let's see what we got. I need 1 more battery. We just had the roulette table. Where's my roulette table? Did Tito come and get it? I got 2 batteries here. That's okay. Where's my roulette table? I don't know. It'll show up during the cleanup process, but I have another battery here. It's so weird. All right. So now, if we put the batteries in, it should work. We have 1, sort of. Was it AA? No, it's AAA. Damn it. Wrong batteries. AAA, the skinny ones. This is going to be tricky because, wow. 3 AAA. Interesting. Alright, I found 3. It should work. I don't know how much juice is left in them, but it's kind of wild how, see, Moore's Law, everything gets smaller. Previous version of the radio build took AA batteries, right? See? The big ones. And then they's like, let's make it better. Let's make it smaller. And now the new and improved version takes smaller batteries. Alright, this is it. Please work. Don't blow up on me. And then, if all goes... Oh, we forgot the brains. See? The brains without the brains. So let's shut it off. And I was like, wait, it's not working. The LED should have turned on, though. Like, maybe not. Maybe it didn't complete the circuit. These you got to be really careful for, because if you put them in wrong and you want to take them out, you can hurt yourself. Like, it's so sharp, like literally. So we you know, you just seat it a little bit somewhat correctly, and then you'll be all right. So, and then it's like you have to seat it and then drop it a little, and then drop it a little, and then make sure it's like going in the right holes, and they don't just go right in. They sometimes they do. Like if they're, and then when you squeeze it, you gotta be really careful not to poke yourself, because when you do, it's gonna hurt. Let's see. Damn it. That's where you could use that little orange tool. Because it's not working. Oh, there we go. I think so. I got one side, and then you get the other side, and then voila, it goes in. And rinse and repeat with the other one. It's weird though. It should have turned on though, because well, sometimes the chip makes the magic happen with the numbers here, but everything else should have just something should have kicked in. I don't know, but this is a newer version, so maybe the new and improved version completes the circuits with the gates inside the chip, so that we can, or the batteries are dead, one or the other. All right, so that's in, and then hopefully, what? It's not working. Mayday, mayday. Let's try. I don't understand. Oh, the battery's incorrectly. Let's take the soldering iron and take one out. Let that get hot. And then did we pull a Brian and blow out the crystals? No. Nah, the batteries could be dead. Where are my extra? I have somewhere. What else do I have that has these batteries in them? The AAA. Let's see, that's positive, that's negative, negative, positive. We did everything right. We had our engineer here guiding us through the process. The only thing I can think of is that maybe we need to complete the circuit. Oh no, speaking of complete the circuit. Oh no. Where is our may have to dig in the garbage. Our additional power source of the oh, maybe I wrapped it up accidentally. No. Our micro USB-C connector thingy. And we'll put this over here. We'll clean up a little bit and it'll show up. Things always show up. This is why you gotta keep your shit together. But this part's weird. It should still work, like even if it doesn't have the micro USB-C connection thingy. There's something in here. Is it in here? Nope, not in there. All right, we'll find it. We'll see what people are saying. Are you going to be able to see any of the eclipse in New Jersey, Lou? I don't think we'll see any of it down here in Tallahassee. No, I went outside and it's bright as day. Like, no, I don't see. I'll show you guys what I see in a second. Oh, here it is. It's stuck together. Nada. Absolutely nothing. My phone will reach that far. See, watch out. Sometimes stuff gets buried in tape, or it might be sticking to your screwdriver if it's magnetic. But we did do everything correctly according to Brian's lab. So the only thing I'm thinking is that it's a battery issue. But let's see here. Where is this? And I don't have. Oh, I do actually. I don't have a micro USB-C connection. We do for the drone. That should work. Hold on. Here's micro. If it fits. Oh, it's upside down. Huh. That's weird. That is really weird. We must complete. All the joints are correct. Everything is beautifully done. That is so weird. No. Alright. The build is correct. I mean, like, the capacitors are where they're supposed to be, and negative is negative, and positive is positive. We got like this thing should work from here. Let me check the connections sometimes, and let's put this right here. Nah, nothing with the Eclipse, Brian. I'll leave that like there. It's fine. Let's take maybe the battery out. It's possible that, you know, even though it's positive, positive, negative, negative, I might have to go, I don't know. Let's try that, right? Let's see, take our soldering iron, and we'll put, I mean, the connections are correct, but let's see, and it would have shorted out anyway. It would have felt parts getting hot, you know? Okay, so now, and it's not labeled, so that's the other thing. Like, we're just putting negative with the negative, right? So, I mean, if that makes any sense, and positive with the positive, because it's connecting. That's the way the connections. That's the way the cookie crumbles. All right. So this part's tricky because the wires aren't long enough. But let's see. So positive is positive. Make sure the radio's on. No. And then try here. No. And try here. Ah. Yay, we got it. Okay, cool. So it just goes reverse. Alright, so cool. We did it. I don't know. See, that's so, like I was saying, I was sharing with you, I don't know. Like, you know, like, how do you know where it begins and where it ends, right? That's the tricky part. Well, that's one way to do it. But that still doesn't explain why the, oh, that could be why the, USB-C connection thingy, we weren't able to piggyback off there, because we must complete the experiment before the storm passes. Okay, and then we'll go in here, and then in here. Okay, now before we solder it, we're just gonna do it again and make sure that we know the red was there, so I just don't remember where the black was. Which one was it? This part's harder. It's hard to. Yay, sort of. No, it's not gonna work. There we go. And then this one was. They're both negative. That's the thing. I wonder if it matters. That one. Yeah, so it does matter just because it's negative. I guess there's like another negative on top of the negative. So this part's tricky because we want to make sure that we just see it correctly. I like it just positioning wise, because I just want to. When you close it, it'll be alright. But I just want it to be actually more solder. And get like a little bloop over there. Got it. I mean, I got the bloop, but now I need to put this thing there. Got it. Did I get it? I think so. Yeah, I got it. Just a little bit longer. Okay, now. Wait, was that the right one? Yep. See, it's changing the radio station. What's your favorite radio station? This is DJ Baby Lou. We're right here. We're gonna play some songs.
That's right. What's your favorite radio station?
I gotta shut it off. It's official. I am an old man now. We play with radios. Right? Now we gotta put it together. It's really cool. Let's see what people are saying. Actually, you didn't have to touch that pivot bolt at all. You did, though, so then you had to retighten it. The pivot bolt I had to, because that allows us to have it pivot right here. See, it wasn't moving, so I had to use the drill to. It was like so tight it wouldn't move, because otherwise it'd be stuck like that. And sometimes on the radio, you want to play with your antenna, in that sense. But I will try and see if we can find a news station, because news is fine. It's not music, You can get away with the news. Whoops. Batteries are not the best, because as you can see, may have saw the LCD screen was a little faint, Now the moment of truth. Well, sort of. We didn't put the other thing back on, but now let's see if that affects it. Hold on. Our USB-C connection, and it's pretty powerful when they solder these things in there, because it's not coming out. The so like, to think that we soldered the antenna thingy, it's not budging. But maybe this just requires solder, possibly. Here, we'll see. Hold on. We'll put this on because we don't want to mess it. Oh wow. Sort of. This thing's like really. Should have. It's not. It's hard to take off, because really hard. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's an eclipse happening anytime soon, to be honest with you, Brian. Oh, but the sun is bright. But the hardest part, we just use the needle nose pliers, right? But don't squeeze it. Just use it as a tool, Yep. So now, it's strange that this doesn't work though. Probably requires the joints to be soldered. So now, see, that's why we should have gone here. Move this like that. You could always take off the what do they call it? The wires connected to the speaker. Oh man. See, if I lay it upside down, it's gonna fall out. But that's okay. That's where the painter's tape comes in handy. So you want to make sure it's in there, and it's probably not working because you need solder in the joints. I'm hoping. I don't know. Like, to solidify that connection, because there are like these major holes in there, to be honest with you. All right, so now hopefully, don't be careful not to push or puncture the speaker when you're trying to push down that thingy over there. And now it looks like when you turn it upside down, double check, and then now we can start dropping solder in there. All right. And then I'll go outside with my phone so you guys can see what we got. Or drone, right? Drone will give us a better picture. Okay, now make sure the right tip is being exposed. Go here, and there's one. Careful not to accidentally burn your wires. And there's two. See, we just tap it with the right tip, of course, because ideally. Nice, and that's ready to go again. Sweet. Thank you, Brian. Brian, oops, careful, watch out, because we have the speaker is magnetic, so you want to make sure that you don't accidentally have screws on it. Now it should work without, right, without the batteries in there. Hopefully, in the perfect world. Turn it on. Yep. I gotta shut it off because remember, copyright. I'm gonna see if I can find a news station really quick after we put it together. So yeah, you just need to solidify that. But now, I'm not gonna try the other cable on here. I'm gonna try the other cable on the other one, the one that we can accidentally blow up. But if USB-C works, that would be cool. But we know it's not. We're just gonna do it for keepsakes of someone's got to fall on the sword. Oh, so then this, we have to push these in now, so that the cover can go on, so that this just goes on here, and then we can feed the wires down in there, and then this should be correctly, and if it's not fitting, we just find the hole for the antenna. See? Yay. And then now, where's the cover? Oh, right here. We're almost done. Don't worry, we're going to check out the eclipse. He said, oh wow, let me go over, hold on, because he did say for 137, it's now 147, so there's an eclipse. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. My phone should reach. If not, we'll put a drone out there. Just turn it on so you guys can see the sky. See the sky. What's your favorite radio station? This is DJ Lou. Call right now. First 100 caller wins free radio. $1,000. Remember the movie Car Wash? Let's see. Whoops. What happened there? I don't have the right DJ voice. It's making me lose my voice. Okay. Let's see. If we have an... Whoops, wrong one. 1400.
Want to win 2 free tickets to LA? That's right. Call right now, 1914-215-2440 to win your free tickets to see the Barbershop movie. All right, let's go right here. Let's see. All right, everyone, what's your favorite radio station? Call right now, 100 caller. Guess which song is playing. Wins one. No, I can't say that because maybe someone will call, and they'd be like, "You said," and then they hold it to me. No, it was just for show. It was like I was joking. All right, let's see. Hold on. Samsung me. And then we have here. So, the last time I went out, there was no glimpse of anything. Let's see what we get now. Nah, nothing. We are on the same planet, right? Like, it's not showing the eclipse on Earth 1 versus Earth 2. No, the sun is bright and shiny, but I don't see anything. Maybe it depends on where you're standing. But yeah, I'm on planet Earth in this parallel universe, and you saw the sun. Maybe Ken's somewhere else. I don't know. Anyway, let's go back to our show. Player radio. Me stuff. So now we just have to put the screws in. I'm probably not going to put the screws in for the back cover. I might, because I wasn't planning on using all of my AA batteries, AAA, sorry. And so we just drop them in and turn. Remember, it came with the screwdriver, so you could use that one. Maybe,
because we don't want to strip it. Well, we're not taking it apart again anyway. Oh yeah, these screws, this screwdriver most likely kind of works. Once it starts stripping, no, it doesn't work. You want to bust out the Radio Shack one. So that takes care of that one. And then we have 4. It came with extra screws, and we drop it in. We'll give Ken a call, because honestly, we don't see anything. Maybe Ken hopped on a plane and flew somewhere where you could see the eclipse. Florida is really nice. In Tallahassee, all the sharks are coming up here, though, believe it or not. All the stingrays, and they're migrating, passing through. Interesting. Looks like we could put the buttons on even with the cover off or on, doesn't matter, which is nice, which makes it serviceable, like should you want to service it. Okay, so now it's in there. So it gives you the option. There was like this special screw, which I somehow misplaced, for the it's a flat one. Like they're all like these bulky screws, but and then the one that goes, I don't know, it's somewhere. I feel it. You know, it's somewhere here. Or you could try to use these, but there was a flat one for the battery case experience. But I don't think I'm going to use that anyway, because I hate having to, like, I need to charge these batteries, as you can tell if we look at the here. Sweet. And then to change the station, actually let's shut it off, because I want to complete it by putting these buttons on. See, the buttons go on here, but look, it looks like it's serviceable. Like, you don't have to take, oh, you do have to take the buttons off to take the cover off. Okay. And that's why you need to make sure that they're straight, because if they're not, you're not going to be able to, it'll be stuck in like radio transition mode for volume or whatever if it doesn't go on correctly. If they're not straight. This is cool though. Nice. Hopefully when we turn it on, it's not going to be stuck on search or stuck on volume going up. V is for volume and F is for frequency. So we have F up, frequency down, volume up, volume down. All right, let's try now. Hopefully there isn't a song playing, because then we're pretty much got it. Nice. Oh, nice. Oh, look. The volume works. Louder. Lower. Yep. That's so cool. It's a little faint because, remember, the batteries. Whoops. News is fine. We won't get copyright stricken for that. Well, let's see if before a song starts to play. 24 nuggets. I don't know. You must be really hungry to eat 24 nuggets. Hold on. Let's see. If the headphone jack works. No. I gotta do it before a song starts to play. It works. And now you've got... Sweet. It's official. I'm an old man now. We play with radios. Our first build, great. Remember, according to Moore's law, these chips keep getting smaller. The experience gets better. It's no more bigger and bulkier. Less parts instead of more parts. Smaller batteries instead of bigger batteries. Smaller chips instead of bigger chips. Less components, right? Because the chip itself inside there is just somehow programmed to have less but be more, because as you can see here on an older build, that everything is bigger, bulkier, and more parts when it comes to a chip being. See a chip right there. They got rid of the chip here. They got rid of this chip over here. They made it. They half size it. They downsize it, and then you have over here the capacitors are smaller, and then you have see, less resistors. See, they took out the less resistors, and look, they also remove. Oh, you can't see. Now I gotta do it again. Samsung me stuff again. Play it again, Sam. All right. They kept the row of resistors here. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there we have. We still have 8, but look, they removed these, and then we got rid of the transistors there, right? And they kept that here, but the chip half-sized. They downsized that, and then here we've got they kept the resistors here, but look, they removed those there. And who knows, next year's version they might make it better, right? And this one was hard to put on though. They tell you why they got rid of it, because this one was a bitch to solder in, because it soldered in the same way this thing crystal went on the board. But as you can see, the new and improved less is more, because we get to enjoy the full better and we're getting better frequency with less components. Of course, it took a little longer, but as you can see, it's been downsized, but it works even better because even the buttons, look, they're like, we can do better with the buttons. Let's downsize the buttons. So that's the old button, that's the new button, the new way, and forget about it, the old way. Whoops, what was that? 2 buttons came off, but they're so big. See? And now, it's so weird how that, so then this one goes here. So as you can see, it's so much better. Except, did something come off? Yeah, something came off. Whoops, see, something came off there, but battery connection, looks like it came off from there. Bummer. Interesting. It's okay, we could solder it on. That's just, where does this go? What's a battery connection there? I really don't know where this one's to. Why we have 2? Oh, ground, because I was connecting it to the oscilloscope. Like, wait. And, that's it. And now we have here, we can put this back on. And then, you hear the music? I want the news, though. Wait. Where do we go? There we go. This is 100.3. Let's see what it says here. Sometimes the settings might not be correct to the camera. 100.3. Pop up, are you shitting me? More rain? And then under here it just looks different. This is cool. This is really nice. So when the apocalypse comes, you will be prepared to. Actually, it's not a crank radio, so it'll only work for so long. But that is pretty much it. Thank you, Brian's Labs, for guiding us through the process and correcting us when we were wrong, and telling us, not just correcting us, but telling us why it needs to be done this way or that way. And now too. And, these videos would not be possible without you guys participating, giving ideas, suggestions, and showing us the way when we're doing it all wrong. It's like, no. Remember the movie Trains, Planes, and Automobiles? When they were driving the wrong way down the street, and they're like, you're going the wrong way, and like, oh, look at those people right there, oh, hi, like, no, oh, hi guys, and they're like, no, you're going the wrong way. It's like, and then finally they roll down the windows, and they're like, you're going the wrong way. And I'm like, oh, and then they look, and it was Steve Martin and John Candy, Anyway, point being is that we could not have done this and gone the right way without you. And that is pretty much it. One thing you can't help me with is finding my glasses. Somewhere, but nowhere to be found, but I can still see everything a little bit blurrier. That's it. Oh, no, we're not. That's not it, because we still have to test and see what happens when we connect the USB-C connection. But like Brian was saying, we don't know which one's the positive and which one's the negative. I definitely need this because I can't see. This is where we blow shit up. Let's blow it up. All right, guys. Let's blow stuff up. All right, so we're going to cut these wires right here. Let's see what Samsung Me stuff. All right, so we have our wire cutters. I wonder if I could take this off and then... No, it looks like we'll have to strip them. This is the hardest part. It's trying to salvage. These things come off, though, if you use a pin. And then just pull up and out, and this should come out. Nope. Sort of. Sometimes just requires a little more power. Okay, let's see. Maybe this one. See, an old abused solder tip. And if I can somehow get in there. Watch your fingers, though, because you don't want to accidentally rip a nail. And then this should come out now. See? Voila. And then remember, watch your fingers because you don't want to accidentally stab yourself. It's a bummer there's a shower because I was hoping to ride my bike today. Go for a bike ride. And see, that can come out. Alright, so now let's see if it plugs in. This is where we might lose the show because if something shorts out, it's not going to short out the computer. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's use the external power supply so we don't have to do an accidental surge into the computer and then we lose our stream. You know, that's the only thing that would happen. That's bad. But either way, you don't want the voltage flickering in your computer anyway, because it will send it back, right? It's going to be like, come back to me, like the English patient, come back to me. Or was it Somewhere in Time? One of those. Someone who said that. Come back to me. I was like, what? Oh, except, bummer. It's 12 volt. Yeah, 1.5 and 1, so I don't think we can do this. I guess it wasn't meant to be because it goes from 12 to 24. Then we really blow shit up. What's the max though? Was there a max? Does it tell you on here? No, it doesn't say. It does have capacitors and resistors to hold. Maybe it should hold it up. Let me think. What else? I know what I have. I'm trying to think of what do I have that has 12 volt, less than 12 volt power, USB-C connection. What do I have laying around that I can piggyback off and make this happen without ruining my computer? I know what we have. I believe one of these lights, right? Somehow one of their, how do we charge it? These new lights and electronic components let you charge your phone. And if it can charge our phone, I got sent a couple of things, but let's see. No, that doesn't let us charge our phone. There's no boom. I know what does though, but I need to make a video for it. What else would let us charge our phone other than the computer? I mean, the power bank will, but it's too much power. It's just too much power. The Raveman will. Hold on one sec. One moment, please. I just need something with USB-C. Yeah, it looks like the Raveman. It's here, but I don't want to mess it up. Hold on one moment, please. Please stand by. Let me go up there. The Chromebook. There we go. We have a spare Chromebook. Oh, but I don't think it's gonna work because. Hold on, I'll find something. All right. Let's see what we got here on the radio. Ooh, maybe. I don't think there's enough power. I do have a power adapter, but I don't think it'll work. We'll see. This is USB-C. We didn't hear a ding because the Chromebook is dead. But I don't have... No. And we shouldn't have to turn the Chromebook on. I think the Chromebook's dead. I'm trying to see what I have around here. Yeah, Chromebook's dead. Dead only because of the battery. It's not like I did this before. I do have a power thingy, but what can I get? I just need 5 volts of power. 1.5 or a couple of volts. Oh. Does that turn it on? No, it didn't turn it on. Let's see what we have here. See, this is the power source here, but it won't connect because I need the female. Oh wait, female USB-C. We have one. We have the female. Yes, here she is. Here she is. So now we have the female, and then see, that should go into there. We can get rid of this, and then this we should hear a ding on the phone. There we go. So we got the power we need without blowing anything up. All right, so now leave that there, and now we have here. We got that. Now we could accidentally blow shit up. All right, so let's see. Will it work? I don't know. Positive with the positive and negative with the negative. Here's the battery power. Is it on? No, it's not on. Nah. Well, that's here on this side. Oh, wrong way. See? Just blew it up. That's weird. Could turn it on. I mean, like... No, nothing. Like, oh, we even get... We'll use the multimeter to see if we're even getting power. But let's try over here. I don't remember. I don't know which one. It does require special programming, but nah, it doesn't work. Bummer. All right, we tried. And then if we flip the wires over, whoops! Don't break your stuff. Nothing. Nada. These. Yeah, we tried. All right. Uh-oh, somebody's here. Nothing. I wonder if there's any power coming. Oh, look, and then you would know if there's power coming in because this would have kicked in and turned. It would have gone boom, like it would have just done, you know, worked the magic. You know, if that makes any sense, because then you can plug this in like this, and then plug something else in that like we just did the phone, or like we just did this. But let's see if anything's coming out. That's so weird how well, I don't want the wires to touch, but where's my multimeter? Oh, love it. Yeah, so the reason why it was beeping because the fuse blew. I wonder why. I wonder why. We make these videos so you don't have... I think Brian was here the last time. He was the one that said, no. And then I actually blew the fuse out. Yeah. This multimeter has a fuse in it, which is great. That's why I'm okay making an experiment like that. So the fuse goes instead of your meter. So here we go here. And that's the other beauty of the multimeter, is that when you put your components on your board, right? It, like this was the 505. See, 500 502. See, and then the 500 should be 501. You can just put the components on and you get the reading. Whereas with this thing, it was hit or miss. It was saying LED diode, and that's anyway. That's the downside to that. So now that we have that connected, let's see if it's spitting us some power. Wonder why it's not giving us a reading. Negative. It only works when the right thing is connected. See? Oh, look, we got 3 volts. Sweet. 2 volts. No, that's kilowatts. That's not even voltage. All right. Yes, it only works when... Maybe if I put this, there's like a little hole in there. No, nothing. Brian could better explain why this isn't working. It's kilowatts. It's measuring ohms. It turns resistance to ohms. But it only works when you plug in a device, right? Like a phone or whatever that needs to be powered by this thing. Where is my phone? My phone! I don't know. Anyway, you kind of get the idea. I don't know where my phone is, but we tried. At least we know we can power it up, but take this and shut this off. Since we are done. All right, we tried to blow something up, but couldn't. I'm going to finish reading the rest of the comments and clean up and put all this away. Now we have enough space for the other stuff that was sent to us that we can do unboxings for and make videos, I believe. Something like that. Just had my phone a second. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, for some reason. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Computer fell asleep. Hopefully, sometimes if the computer falls asleep, let's see. Yep, we're good here. This requires a hard reset, but nope, we don't. So you see, it does work. It's just not working. Look, if I put this in, it doesn't trigger the voltage thingy. I can't see. Gotta find my glasses. So the power, until you like plug something in that has the proper connection on the other side. See, we heard the bing, and then see, it's charging. Whereas when you do it like this, you doesn't matter. Well, I felt this little spark. I felt a little shock, believe it or not. But it's not enough to trigger anything so that you can actually light it. LED, light, whatever. Actually, the LED should light up. Could be a really powerful bulb somewhere in here, or even blow something up like a capacitor, right? Not meeting the proper voltage. Is that it? What's that? It's a resistor from the resistance. And then here we go. See? There, this should light up. But it won't. It'll light up with a battery, but not this battery. It's like, this is like a smart battery. Except I can't see where the wires go. So let's see. See? And you can turn it on, trigger it, but nothing's gonna work. It's not gonna feed. It's not gonna feed the hunger. And you don't get any readings with the multimeter anyway. But for some reason, the other way, when it has the right circuitry and programming, the magic will happen. I just want to see if I can, because I don't have my glasses. Let's see, put it in the holes. There's like these little holes here. And then turn it on. Where's the on button right there? See? Nada. That's so wild. So it has to be triggered on by some sort of circuitry thing. That is so weird. That's interesting too at the same time. So yeah, we learned something new. And we didn't learn it from me. Brian actually told us it wouldn't work. Something about the programming. I want to try it one more time here. Oops. Nada. Anyway, you can keep doing this a million times and it's not going to happen. It just needs more power. Anyway, that's pretty much it. That's so. Thank you, Brian, again. Let me go back here to see where we stand on the comments. Oh, interesting. Where's my mouse? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Live stream. All right, here we go, and then we say goodbye. That's it. Finito. We did it. Are you going to be able? No, we didn't see any eclipse. It's beautiful out. Ken, hey, sweet. What's up, Ken? Correct, and it would have been just fine. Okay, we saw that one. It's like you got an entire arm to install, and you took it apart at the elbow and reassembled it before attaching the arm. I really wish you wouldn't keep thanking me for soldering method. It's absolutely not what I suggested. You got every part wrong, and yet it seemed to work anyway. Not my method though. Interesting. That appeared to be FM radio receiver, not FM AM radio receiver. The other one with the components may have been an AM FM. This one's FM only. Yeah, it's hard to tell. This one, yeah, I think he's right. No, this one's FM only. Nope, they're both FM. So you could see why you might have thought it was going to be FM AM because of the chips being bigger. But no, this is FM only. And then the other one, the one that we just built, is only FM. It's just, they downsized everything. They put less parts in. See? FM radio version 5, FM radio version 4. So version 5, they really did away with a lot of parts. You can't say it's wrong because if it was wrong, it wouldn't work, right? Like, especially with putting capacitors in, the soldering parts, the only parts you can't go wrong with putting them in right or wrong are the resistors for the resistance, and the buttons can only go in one way, even though they're 4. They only went in the portrait like mode thingy, portrait layout. And the same thing with the chip. If we installed the chip in wrong, that wouldn't work. Like we can flip it around and you get nothing. We know this one still works, but it just was a pain to put together. And as you can see, yeah, this one I like how the soldering was done here, nice and smooth, just blooped on like a little nice strip. And if we got the resistors in wrong, we've seen on other builds where if the resistor is not in the right place, the LED display won't work. It's like part of the resistance for the resistors. And then we have, and that's it. Just kind of wild how this has to be a designated micro connection, and you can't put a USB-C thingy there. But the only thing they didn't like transpose with the experience, they left seamless. They brought the antenna experience. See, this is why. See, Brian, how the antenna is like loose here, and then here. See, that just moves around. This one, it was always loose in the beginning, and this one didn't need to be drilled because no matter what. But once, and as you can see on here on the flat part, we didn't think of soldering it. I thought of it, but I just wasn't sure if you could or couldn't. But every time we tightened it, it just became loose and it never stayed straight. But this is the part you want to be able to turn, which we used the drill for. For this one, I'll show you what we used the drill for. Oh, you can't even see anyway. Hold on. One moment, please. Me stuff. So here, whoops, there's a little guy right there. This is the older one, version 4. See? So we were able to tighten it, and then this didn't need to be adjusted. The bottom part, it just always does that. It's just like you can tighten it, and then it just becomes loose again. And these are the resistors. It doesn't matter which way they go in. The button's right there. You have there. The capacitors are a little bit different on this one too. But on the new one, right, the brand new Nueva version 5, see, this is what we wanted to be able to do with the antenna. Push it in, right? We'll be able to turn it this way and that way. And we couldn't turn it this way or that way unless we used a drill to loosen it, because it just wouldn't come apart. It wouldn't just like break. So we loosened that, but the other part we soldered because Brian suggested soldering it, and it worked. And now it doesn't move like the other one. And what happens is if we keep doing this long enough on version 4, it just becomes loose. And I'm not going to solder it. I'm just going to use this for spare parts. Maybe take some of the resistors out, transistors, and use it for like testing components. But look, see, this is why we soldered it, because no matter how tight we make it, we can make it tight, right? Which won't be a problem. And hold it. If you can, hold it straight, make it tight. So now it's somewhat tight. See, it's tight. And now we can move the antenna, which is great. But then see, all of a sudden, it starts going forwards and backwards again. But it didn't. This one's not going to do it. This one, see, right here, we're fine. We just might need to tighten this a little bit, but other than that, it's holding. So if it ain't broken, even tightening it a little bit won't let us, because it requires the power of a drill. Why, I don't know, because they just, you know, this is how it came. But it's really cool. Look at that, see-through, transparent. Love it. HXFB. I'm not sure what that stands for. It's probably the brand of the radio. But you see, it's locked in there. It's not coming out, which is good. Well, we shouldn't have to, or is that like a thing? Maybe they have to be. Maybe that's like part of the process. I don't know. But if it is or isn't, we got it working. We got FM, no AM. I do have an FM AM in the bag. That one, my God, I don't know if it's because it's an older one, but the FM AM has so many parts. So many parts, like, you think this is long. How long is this? 4 hours? No, I think the FM AM build, which we'll probably do in the winter and the fall when things get a little bit cooler, is going to take longer, because I'll take it out so we can see it, but we're not going to. That'll be when things get a little bit cooler. We're going to shut this off. But it was really cool, because AM will be able to turn on and not have any problem about worrying about music playing, you know, because of copyright. Because as soon as you play a song for like a couple of seconds, that section of the video becomes blacklisted, and then basically, unless it's a song you can monetize on, but you never know what the radio's playing, you know. That's the other thing. Like, you don't you know, it's luck of the draw. That's because not every song is copyright strucken, right? So it's just hit or miss. So let's see what we got. Let's see the FM AM radio. So put this here. Go to full version of me. We'll see what's in the goodie bag. But I guess I do have to. These are. I'll show you the new videos coming out for the stuff I was sent. I have the Raveman front bicycle light, the Raveman rear bicycle light. This one I'm keeping 1500 lumens, unbelievable. This one I'm definitely giving away, the CL200. I don't know, I like what I have, and the angle, it's kind of like that. I'm not crazy about it, but I still have to make a video for it. And then we have, it's been like what, 2 months now, the Osmos Action 6 one day. We already have cameras right here. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we have here. So the FM radio. Oh yeah, I don't know how long this is going to take, but it's got so many components, and we really have to take our time. For this, we're good at putting the parts where they need to go. For this, we just need to make sure that our soldering iron is ready to go, because we can't have it defunct on us. So we're probably going to use that one, the one over there, because 2 hours is not enough for the other one. So this is DIY. Oh wow, Brian was talking about this. This is a DIY power module soldering kit. So the power module, wow, still has many components. I remember I did this when I was in I think I was in 7th or 8th grade when I built power supply. Don't remember having this many parts, to be honest with you, but yeah, I do. Yeah, the power module is challenging. Yeah, maybe we'll do that another time though, but because we really need to make sure the parts go where they need to, and even if you put them in the wrong spot, it's okay, because you know we have the solder wick, and but as you can see, wow, different components. You know, you're leveling up. Some of them are familiar, and some of them are not familiar. But it'll be really cool. Yeah, wow, really nice, beautiful board. And then for that, don't worry, I'll show you the FM AM radio if I can just somehow not drop anything. See, different components. We'll level up. And then, Brian, wasn't that one of your suggestions? Building a power supply. Pretty cool. And we already have one. We've had one actually. If you've been following a while, we just haven't. This has been in the goodie bag for how long, I don't know. I just pray it works, you know. It's not like I can return it. And we'll just put everything back in. Let's see the FM AM radio. Oh, I think this is it. I think I put it in the same thing. Oh yeah, here it is. Sweet. So it's similar. It has a nice little transparent. You will peel off these little cardboard thingies, stickers, and in here, let's see what we got. Doesn't say. Oh man! All right, so we definitely got to clear this off because I don't want to. I want to open this and see what's in there. I'll make sure that's here. Move that there. Don't worry about the screw because it has like an anti-static bag. Move that out of the way, and then now open it up, see what it says on the board. Then we'll have to tape it back up because I don't want pieces accidentally falling out. This is a big one. This is like the boom box of DIY soldering kits. We got like a big speaker. Wow, really big speaker. And then we have Look at that. A couple of board. Oh, no, one board. But let's see what it says on the board. Wow, really nice. We're going to have to solder the chips on there. This one doesn't let us use that luxury experience we just had of like the chip holders. That's fine. And then that's why you got to get it right. Whereas the other one, if you get it wrong, you just flip the chip around. A little cover for the speaker. And then you have, I don't know what that is, to be honest. Oh, for the battery, okay. USB-C, but look, what is it? What kind of battery is that? That's a long battery. Do I have a battery? That's not even AA or AAA. What? I don't know. Might have to be a special order. Is there one in there? Nope. That's long. A really long battery. So not many parts, but what's in there? That's a speaker. It's got a loudspeaker, but yeah, not many parts, to be honest with you. So less is more. We learned that, but see, it doesn't say. It just says OLED display, radio soldering kit, components list, packaging, direct insert, audio pack, LED, blah 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 blah. OLED. No, that's the same company, HXFB. Nothing about the frequency changing. Interesting. Yeah, look at the directions there. You definitely got to know how to read the board, because there's no way I can read that. Even with these you can't see anything. It's like black and white cheesy copy. Oh man, still micro USB. I wonder why. Why is everything always micro? Let's see if the crystal. Like sometimes it might say FM crystal, AM crystal. I don't know. Battery box, screw pack, acrylic shell, STB, IC socket, M2, red and black wiring connection, keycap, speaker mesh, radio antenna, speaker, lithium battery charging board. Well, if it's a lithium battery charging board, it definitely doesn't have a battery. How many volts though? Direct insert, resistor 1K, electrolytic capacitor, ceramic capacitor, audio jack, 8.8 locking shelf, LED, key, USB socket, single row needle, single row pin, lithium. No, it doesn't say. What's P4? So we definitely need a battery for it. Yeah, look. Fix the circuit board to the bottom shell using M3 single pass copper pillars and M3 screw. Interesting. Looks like it might have come with a battery, but I don't got one. They didn't give me one. Nothing, no battery in there. Might have to order one, because look, there's a battery in there. It has a battery. But in the components packing list, there isn't a battery. Ceramic capacitor, audio, LED. No. Just a battery box. And then the instructions, which is right here. Let's see, battery out, battery box, battery in. Just looking at the schematics to see if we can see how many volts. Oh, LEDs 0.96, ground, and yeah. Well, we know it's like micro USB, so it's like what, 5 volts. It's a bummer though. No battery. Looks like there's a battery though. Look, in the picture, but I don't see a battery. Anyway, full version of me. Yeah, there's no battery. Definitely gonna put this back in. Maybe the power supply could be next. It does have an antenna, but we know how that works, right? That's going to be hit or miss. Whether or not it fits with or without the screws. These are a lot of components. A lot of, wow. Yeah, not many parts, but kind of reminds me of like just bulk parts where you just solder to the board. I don't know, we'll figure that out when the time comes. But a little bit of a bummer that there isn't a battery. We'll check the bag again and see what they have in store for you. But no, these parts right here, oh, really nice. The OLED, that's going to be tricky to put on, but that's okay. Because you don't want to mess that up. And thankfully it does have the directions. How does the OLED go on? The OLED, oh yeah, like it goes on top of the board, and like a sandwich piggybacks on. That's similar to the experience we just had here with the chips, the crystal, and it goes on similarly that way. I think there's a code you can scan. Where's the code? You can scan the code and then see where that brings us. Nice. It brings us. Oh wow. Don't worry, I always share with you guys what I see. But we have. It comes with a battery, but I don't got a battery. Oh, let's see. It could be in the bag. I don't know. It's been, but I doubt it. 7420. 7420. It's good to know that there is a battery, because either way, after this show, I'm going to go crazy looking for it, because you shouldn't leave lithium-ion batteries laying around unless it didn't come with one. And there it is right there. Look at that. See? The battery is right in there in the display. So we got these components. It doesn't say it comes with one, though. That part I need to see. I like look at the OLED, though. That looks really cool. And there's more in the instructions. More details than that Xerox copy that we got. And it's definitely not. It's not a AA. It's like this long. I wish I knew which battery. I'll probably have to read the instructions to see what size battery it is. And maybe we'll get lucky and find. But there isn't a battery. It just says lithium-ion charging board P41. Maybe you have to buy it. Yeah, oh yeah, so look, this is everything it comes with. Everything you see here, batteries not included. You ever see those commercials? Batteries not included. Alright, so I'll have to find the battery to figure out. I wonder if it says it in there. Nope. Don't say. Anyway, if Brian was here, he might know what size battery that is. It's interesting. This is pretty cool. Alright. I'll keep reading that. But anyway, that's our FM so-called AM radio. See what else we got here. Full version of me. The goodie bag. Definitely needs some cleanup. What's in here? Oh, for the door. How to put a doorknob on. To get the hole aligned right. What's in here? Is that the FM AM radio? Another radio kit. Aye. How many? Brian! What's this? Oh, yeah. Okay. This one's different. Is this one different? We can do another giveaway because we don't need another radio. This one looks a little bit different. It's a radio. Can we open it? We can't see the board. Similar to the one we just... Oh yeah, this is version 4. This is version 4 of the radio. If you're interested, Brian, please reply and we can send that to you. It's FM only, version 4. I don't know how I got that one. This is like what I was talking about in the beginning when Brian said he found something he bought many years ago. I found something we got many years ago, because that's a drone, mini drone build. Really cool, can't go wrong there. That I'm keeping. Components for my kids' bicycles. If they choose to get a bike, I offer to get them new bicycles, but they do not want to, just want to stay home on their iPads. Hoping to get them new bikes before the school starts. See, this was supposed to be, honestly, my plan B bag for when things hit a dry spell, for when people stop sending me products. You know, I have like what I can do. There is no dry spell. Now this shit's just sits in the bag, and every week I have new, which is great. I like that. Don't get me wrong. Every week I have new collaborations that I need to make videos for. But it's always nice to have a plan B. I do want to do the drone one. It's like this little drone that flies. But the Action 6, I'm going to do the Action 6. But the battery, that's tricky because I don't know what size that is. But at least it has micro USB connection. I just have to take a picture, read the directions, and then maybe it will, a light will go on. This one has... Oh, this is a different radio. So we have this radio, and then we have... I need to put all the parts together. Is that the radio? Yeah, this is the first radio we pulled out. Oh, it's in its own box. It's this one right here. Version 4. Still works. It's just a little bit bigger, more components, more soldering, more transistors, more resistors, and for the resistance. And just make sure we don't mix up the cases. Yeah, so this is the case for the other radio, which is, I believe, well, we put these two in there. Let me just pack them up so I don't mix shit up. And we know that one's version 4 over there. But for this, we don't need to go crazy looking for a battery because there isn't one, which is a bummer, but we'll find it. We have to look online. We have the directions here. Whoops, don't break your stuff. And this will be in here maybe in the fall when things get colder, because this is a different build, and this one has a more robust speaker. It looks like a freaking subwoofer, like literally, and it has like a little cover. You see that for your boombox? So that should be interesting. So it's like an upgrade. But the other one, I know I have an AM thingy too. That would be cool, because AM would be a nice build, because if we as soon as we turn it on, we don't have to worry about music playing, and copyright and the video getting blacklisted. Shit will just be like news, 1010 wins or something, or some version of Reuters, and maybe like a little jazz. We get all jazzed up, and that's pretty much it. This was great having you guys here. Oh, almost forgot the comments. Ken was here. We didn't see an eclipse, but thanks for that. And it would have been just fine. Okay, it's like you got an entire arm. I really wish you wouldn't. Okay, that appears to be an FM radio receiver, not an AM radio receiver. The other one with more components may have an AM. That's so cool. This one is, I can't wait to see too. Hello. Oh, Captain Ray. Hey, what's up, Captain Ray? Good seeing you. We'll see the captain tomorrow during one of our flight sessions. Sure, why not? I can mount it on my bike, and maybe that'll get my butt out of the house a bit more often. Maybe. Yeah, people do that. They put the radio on the bike. Like the Buena Vista Social Club. Like they doing, was it Cuba? They're riding around the radios with the bicycles. I'm going to bet it requires a 16550 battery. like the ones in your portable iron. Oh, wait, why didn't we? Oh man, that means now we got to open up the soldering iron. But we should anyway because I wanna. Oh, like the one it means it's not the exact one. Anyway, let's see. 15, 5, 5, 1. And we'll try both. I just don't feel like opening the soldering iron, but we gotta. Sometimes you just gotta do it, no matter how much you don't want to. It's like I just closed it. I don't want to open it again. All right, let's see what we got here. Wait, what's that? Is the show still moving? Huh. Oh, it is. I was like, wait, it looks like it froze, but now it just needs to catch up. Images. Where are images? Right here. Oh wow. Okay, that looks about right. Yeah. My God. Well, Brian's an engineer. Why would he not know? I was like, wow, he really knows his stuff. How much is that? Boy, are you shitting me? No, I think we're gonna build it, but $15 for a battery. Let's see, shopping. Maybe we'll get cheaper. Okay, $5. I can live with $5. Like, costs more to ship. It costs less to ship it. Okay. Oh wait, but that's 18. Oh, there's a come like 8. There's a 18, 16. Huh. I don't know. Well, if we get it from Amazon, we can always return it. Well, let's check out the one in the soldering iron. But that one's going to be really expensive because I do need another one. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. It should have charged already, though, right? Oh wow, no. We probably need to put this on a supercharger. So let's see here. We're definitely gonna. I'll do some research before I go to bed. You know, sit out, hang out on the computer, and finding this right battery. But let's see. Some me stuff. The hardest part is opening this because even if you pull it out, you still have to press down on this because it's trying to open. Because we don't want to strip the screw. We just want it to come off easily. Although that screw is probably replaceable. Nah, this one's too big. Probably need a thinner one. But let's see which one this one is anyway. Let's see if it fits inside that experience. Where's the box? So Brian, who else is here? Oh, Brian calls it. So Brian, you'll be getting a radio. Can't live without my radio. Or just like you can add it to your collection of things you'll be doing. Oh yeah, you're doing while you're retired. You know, like what you're gonna do now that you busted out the other LED kit, right? Then the channel pays for the shipping. It fits. Oh wow, it's an 18650. Okay, so then they were being sold as 2, and I definitely need 2, one for here and one for our radio, which we'll be building. In the, oh yeah, look at that. Oh shit, how the fuck did he know that? That's like freaking, it fits right in. Look at that. Does it come out? Well, we can push it out. Wow. Did it ruin it? Nope. These things are still where they need to be. Except this one looks like, we don't know which side. Maybe that side's negative. We'll know once we put it in because it's going to tell us which one wire is what. Yeah. All right. Sweet, thank you, Brian. We're gonna get the one that takes 2 because wait, how many volts is it? 9.62 volts, 3.7. No, sorry, 9.62 watts, 3.7 volts. Wow, 3.7 volts, but so big. Well, it's probably like 1.5 times 2, 1.5, 1.5, and then you get 3 volts, right? Or something like that. Yeah. Really nice battery. This is the second time I've seen this battery. Or third time, because I only seen it when I pulled it out. I've only seen these smaller, but I never knew that they come so big. Anyway, we'll put this in the box. Give me the box. Oh, maybe we'll do like a Hellbound Hellraiser series of unboxing the puzzle. We still have that puzzle. Remember, it's like, give me the box. I have a puzzle, but that's gonna that's going to take some time. See, I have to push it in because it doesn't go in all the way. Let's check out the puzzle box. We'll save that for another video, but that's going to take many streams to figure out the puzzle. Hold on 1 second. So this will go here. So I push this in. So I'm definitely going to get another battery because I'd like to use this one, you know, instead of going all industrial out. So just push it down so it doesn't push back up. Make sure we don't strip it. Sweet. Now we just have to continue charging it. Here's the puzzle. Where is it? I remember Bob was here the last time we showed you guys. I don't think Brian was here. Wow, it's so dusty. It's called the Tesla box. No batteries. Just works via magnetic, creating energy. But see, look at how it's been a while. It's still a lot of things is collecting dust, including stuff in the Plan B bag for when there's a dry spell. But there ain't going to be a dry spell for a while. This is really, Brian might like this. Check it out. This is really cool. So we'll do like a puzzle session, but I can't make any guarantees that, you know, there's no way I'm going to get this working in one session, but this is really cool. Check this out. This is just phenomenal. Of course, some of you guys can hop on when this does happen, right? And then you can just be looking up the solutions online and then helping me. Be like, turn it left, and like, no, the other left. This is really cool. But there are no batteries, right? And it has all these buttons and things, and none of them work, so you can't force it, right? So you have to figure out what. This is a good retirement thing for you, Brian. You'll never leave the house. You'll be like, I just must give me the box. Remember the Hellraiser held down, like somehow there is a part that comes out as part 1, and once you pull one part out, another part. See these parts, they don't go in yet, but they will. But I know there's one part of the puzzle I know, and you want to do it before it becomes warped, right? Oh wow, look at that. That turns to because this is wood, you know, we had this wooden kit over here that got warped and was hard to put together. And I hate for this to become, oh, there we go. Nope, see, that's supposed to turn. There's like a first part, that's supposed to come out. No. Okay, but that's gonna come out eventually, right? Yeah, but not today. But there's this one piece, I remember, and I was with my kid, and I was like, oh, let's put it back in. And then that should come off, and let's see if we can't even get like one. It says start. Oh wow! And see that we're not pulling that out because that doesn't come out. Where's the start button? I love the clock. Look at that. It's really cool. And eventually you get inside. But as you can see, we're not getting anywhere because, oh look, maybe that's it. Nope. Hold on. And remember, it's a Tesla box, so that there's power. It'll power up. This. See, that goes that way. Where is it? Where is the start? There was like a little piece that came out. Unless my kids. That slides that way. Where's the start button? See, push that. I don't want to push the wrong. Oh, this is locked and unlocked. See? Good luck putting this shit together, because as we take it apart, where's the start? Oh, there we go. So here's how. I remember I was saying we pull a part out. See, there's one. See, it's magnetized. Did you hear that? I heard a beep. And then you have two. They're not numbered, so. And then we have 3. So that's the start. Oh wait, do they go in differently? I hope not. No, they don't. So they have these little symbols in there, right? And then now that we did the first part, something else should make them. Now we have to figure out the next part. Oh look, and you have here. Oh, so more comes out. See, it's like I love these kind of things. And I have rings upstairs too, like the magic rings, the math rings. Make sure that they don't go in a certain way. Then we have 2, and then we have 3. Okay, now that should do it. Nope. So whatever we did something, but we don't know what, right? And then maybe that unlocks this. Nope, maybe that unlocks this. So you're going to be having fun for hours. Hours, Brian, in your retirement. Fuck soldering. When you could be playing with the Tesla, what do they call it? Tesla box. Give me the box. So that does nothing right there. Oh look, this comes out later. See, that doesn't move, that doesn't move. But whatever we did just now should have made something loose. And maybe not, right? Maybe only 2 were supposed to come out, right? Maybe 3, and we don't know which one. So ideally you might be like, oh, just take them all out. But no, maybe like, and then that will, oh look, that unlocked it so that this can turn. Oh my god, look, this wasn't turning before. So now we freed things a little bit. But we're gonna leave it like that because this is not a radio. And as you can see, we will have fun with this. You get yourself one, Brian, because this will be the best retirement ever. You'll have plenty of time to see. Look, and these only go in a certain way. I'm like, no. So that went in, and then that went in. It's magnetized, so that locks that. This is like so cool, but I don't know when I'm gonna do it. See, that one doesn't go in, and then see that one in. So the middle ones are different, and then that went in. See, and the middle ones, interesting. I think. See, now it's not going in. I just want to put it back together. Well, the good thing is that, see, yeah, so you got to put them in carefully. This is really cool. I can't wait. So then you got to put them in carefully. See? And then now, it locked that. And then as you do that, you're like, wait, now how to see it's locked. So we unlock that, and then I guess you spin this. It's like Indiana Jones. We spin it this way and then figure out what it's going to unlock next, right? But then you have these dials here, like you have 2 1 0 1 2. It's like some sort of binary code, right? But it's binaries, I think 0 and 1s, but I'm sure it means something. And you have like ohms and like F and then A, and then you're like, so you might think like switch at 2, put it at 1, put it at 0, but we don't know, and that's why we will save that for a nice winter day. Look, there's a dial right there that needs to be unlocked. There's little things there, and then once we get access to the Tesla box, things will illuminate because its battery's not included. This is really cool. Anyway, that's it. We built our radio. Look out for your other radio version 4, Brian. This is really cool. Definitely a great way to pass time. Probably when I do this, I'll make sure nothing's in the way, and I have a box handy so that as I pull stuff out, I can put it into that box or container so that we know where we are, where we were, and we might have to figure out how to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. It comes in many different languages. An Italian, Swedish, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and of course English, which is probably on the other side. Great Britain, DE, ES, and French, and that's it. Where's the English one? Oh, Britain. I was looking for the American flag. The Serbian-American inventor and electrical engineer Nikola Tesla revolutionized the world with his pioneering work in alternating current and numerous other groundbreaking inventions. Recently, amidst the collection of Tesla's age photographs and sketches, a historian stumbled upon depictions of a perplexing box seemingly ahead of its time. After diligent research, he traced the origins of this enigmatic artifact back to Tesla's laboratory on Long Island. Oh, he's from Long Island. In the early 1900s. Following an extensive search, he discovered the device in a privately owned collection of antique objects near New York. According to Tesla sketches, activating the box would induce a peculiar sense of temporal disorientation as if time itself were oscillating. However, so far no one has been able to activate or even open the box. Can you? I don't know. We might have to send this to Brian and then have him send it back to us, right? Please keep in mind that all our puzzle boxes can be solved purely by logic. Oh, okay. No force, hitting, banging, or external tools are required. Pen and paper will be helpful for solving the puzzle. Okay, so their Tesla box can be opened, but the original Nikolai Tesla box can't. So they sort of, I guess, made a little replica of it. Oh wow, check this out. So it's not push, it's pull for this one. See, not everything is what it seems. And then by doing that, what does that do? It does something else, like, so it's like, and you have to put it back, but we know that, wow, that is really cool. Sweet. But time's not on our side. You can see this could take hours. You think this was long building a radio? Yeah. This Tesla box. Oh wow. It does show it illuminating, but escape room in a box with electronic and mechanical challenges. Sweet. And you have little things over there. What does that do? Hold on, I just want to... So it's addictive too. They didn't put that part in. They didn't mention the part that might consume time and a must-have for retirement. What if we pull this out? I feel like one of the monkeys in the lab. Anyway, this is it's addictive. Oh, so this is locked and unlocked. What will? I don't know. See, that's the thing. Oh, you do? I would totally remember where that is because it looks like I would say, oh look, there's a battery in here. Okay, there's power. Sort of. It's a Tesla box, so it's probably made to work differently. I just want it to work. Wow, this is so cool. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. Another time, I will schedule a live stream and we will do this together. Hopefully Brian has one by then. And then he can walk us through it. And it's no fun being walked through. The challenge is, it's nice having help and guide through different solder stuff, but you don't want help with this. You want to because it's the reward. It's the reward. Like, oh my god, I got this. It took me 5 hours, right? And then when you go to do it on your own next time, take 3 minutes. So that's the beauty of the puzzle. So we will send that out to you, Brian's Labs. Not the Tesla box. Tesla box. The radio version 4. And that is it. Now I gotta find my glasses, clean up the mess, and go for a bike ride as long as it's not raining, because if you remember on the radio, it did say it was gonna rain. But yeah, I'd say 10 hours. After 10 hours, we'll have half the Tesla box open. And that's it. Thank you for that tip, Brian. Hopefully you got a little tip here, because that, you can't, can you imagine having to go to work and then you're like, oh my god, I'll just take 5 more minutes. I just need 5 more minutes to solve the puzzle. Just 5 more. And then the next 10 hours later, damn it. And then you sorry, I can't come in today. Or just being late for work because you're caught up in the puzzle. I can see how it can be addictive. Once you start looking, no, maybe it's this. No, maybe it's that. I'm damn it. So they will definitely have that's gonna be that's going to take me forever. Well, we've got all the time in the world, and as you can see, we still have Plan B. We got enough. If we did one video a week, it still wouldn't be enough time. Like the guy in the Twilight Zone, all the time in the world to read all the books. But that's it. Neat idea. Cool. Yeah, isn't it, Brian? It's like I can't wait to clean this shit up and jump back on that again, but I can't because I'm going to save that for the entertainment on the next one of the live streams. You'll know it'll be scheduled. I schedule all the live streams now because that was actually Ken's idea, but I can't see the comments because I don't have. I thought I had my glasses. Hold on. Let's see. You can never have enough spares. Oh, that was about to be. So what is that thing? It's like a kit to assemble some neat thing, but the kit parts are assembled as a puzzle that you have to disassemble, before having all the parts to build the kit. Yeah, something like that. I don't know what. It's like a Tesla box. But let's see. We forgot to check the portrait mode. Portrait usually has more people in it. But he's right. The title does say FM AM, but we only got FM on here. Now I just gotta pop this out. Pop out chat. Let's see who's here. You don't answer. Harley 414. Yeah, sorry about that, because YouTube prioritizes the doom scroller, not the people at their computers. Dang, I missed the soldering techniques. That's okay, Baluda. Here, I'll let you go. You guys can't see. Just rewind. Be kind, rewind. And once you see the radio working, you know it's time to stop watching because everything else was just, what you see happening now after that. Let's see, we'll go back here. Yeah, so I forgot to do pop out there, but I said hi. I usually just use Wick. Oh, that's so cool. Your mother 99. Howdy, Ken was here. Hello. Dang, I missed the start. No, it's all good. That's just rewind. That's why it's a live stream. But honestly, how long did this take? Maybe 4 hours, an hour. We just rambled on. It's not set to be done in one sitting. You do a little bit now, come back to it later. A little bit now, come back to it later. Like we could have easily made this a 5-part series, or maybe 3-part, right? Or maybe 4-part, or 5, because each part we could probably do in like 30-minute segments, or maybe longer. But either way, we're just letting it run. But hold on, let's see. You can always scrub back and watch from the beginning. Scrub has 1B. But let me check to see. I don't remember. Let's go back to YouTube because I may have scheduled tomorrow's stream. I have to work tomorrow, but let me coordinate it. See what if we click go live. And then see what time tomorrow's stream is. How to fly FPV, manage, go here, and somewhere here. Oh, 12. Okay, I'll be back by then. Okay, cool. I just wasn't sure if I scheduled it at 9 like this morning. And then that's there. Definitely that night, I like this idea of the little tube experience, but they're kind of expensive. But I could always reach out to one of these companies and see if they want to do a collaboration and have them send something to us. That's what I was doing last night, reaching out to some people. Let's see what if anything came in actually. We'll leave that there so I don't forget. Actually, it'll be in the browsing history, right? Let's go into Proton Mail, sign in, see what collaborations we got. I'm thinking of doing. I got so many series that if I drop one, I can pop in another one. Like, let's make a deal. Like, what's new in the next collaboration? Ham radio prep. I'm still studying for it. Spread shot, garbage. I hate that. Raveman. So hi, no problem. Let me know if you have any problems with the products. Just send me a link. So they just sent me. I just told them that within 2 weeks their video will be done. For the Raveman lights. Fly. I didn't even get the thing up in the air yet. Thanks to Ken, he lent us his drone. Thanks for the follow-up. Let's see, when they want to know. They gave me the I got the lights. And so I just told them that that's some other so many different collabs. I'm not crazy about that one. I don't need to do that one, but I do need to keep track of everything now that actually, instead of doing the emails, I can just go here. Now we know what videos I have to do, and then we're gonna get the ultrasonic the wireless cutter, but that hasn't come yet. Neo headlights, Raveman FR 500, and then there's another Raveman. Actually, there are two Ravemans because they sent us to CL 200. Damn it! I mean, it's a good thing. And the Deslock. Oh yeah, I got to do the Deslock. So this one, since it's from the same people, I guess they threw in a bonus light, which is fine. They get another video. So if I go here, add new, and CL 200 RAVE and Raveman, and then here add card. After you add the card, then you can highlight it and then do here. But it's for the FR 500. They didn't send me a video or specs for it, but I pretty much know what they need to have done. It's a different light. I'm not crazy about it because it's a little bit narrow. It's good for the guys that do triathlons. Hold on. Because it's really narrow and skinny. And you want to be seen. But if you're someone that like, oh, I just want a light for the sake of having a light and needing a light, and it gives you 160 something hours. Because in New York City, if you don't have a rear reflector on your bicycle, they will give you a summons. You get a ticket for not having. They call it not having front or rear reflector, because you don't need to have a light. It's not mandatory to have a light, but you need to have a reflector in the front and a reflector in the back. So that's good for someone who's like has a bike, like their $10,000 bike, whatever it costs, and they're like, oh, it's too heavy, it has to be a certain weight. That's the light for you. For me, my bike is like a tank. It's a gravel bike, and I need to be seen. You know, I want to be seen. I'm not a weighty. I think they're called weighties, the people that are into the specs of everything, like too much, too little, just the Goldilocks effects when looking for shit on your bike. Anyway, that's pretty much it. This was great, guys. We got a lot of stuff happening now, and in the future we're never going to run out of videos, but we will run out of time, as you see, which we never seem to get enough of. Anyway, that is pretty much here. Last second. Yeah, oh, Bob was here. Hey, what's up, Bob? Good seeing you. We are closing up. I hope you got... did we send Bob something? I can't remember if we sent Bob something. Oh yeah, we sent him the little thingies for his little... Did the parts come for your puzzle? Were you able to put it together? Let's see what Bob says, because we did send him the pieces to the 3D print. And when you do put them on, if you haven't yet, you just use a screwdriver, right? You line the hole up. I'll show you how we do this one. If they break, fine, don't worry about it. We'll send you more. That's the least of our worries. But me stuff. So when you have it open, you have to make sure it's like that, right? And you turn it, take it apart. But you take any part out. Yeah, I put olive oil so that it would it just comes apart. Oh yeah, that one's gonna come apart. Alright, so what you do is you take your screwdriver. First you put all those pieces on, then you do it. And then you put it like this. You seat it in and then you put pressure on. If you do it any other way, it's gonna break and it's tricky. And so first put all these on and then like that. But when you put it together, make sure that's like that. And then make sure that's the right corner. And voila. And then you have sweet, right? We make these videos for you, so hopefully that works out for you. It's one of my favorite ones now. I keep saying I had one of the favorites, no favorite. Samsung, let's see what Bob says. Yes, I was able to fix it. Nice. So isn't it cool? Like once you put the olive oil in, drip it in, and it's, I love it. Now that's one of my favorites until we get something else going that will strike my attention even more. Anyway, that's pretty much it. I hope that this video helped you. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to leave them down below, or ideas for other videos. Remember to like and subscribe. and we'll see you all next time. That's it. The show is over. Great having one here, and I'm gonna go for a ride since tomorrow I gotta go to work. And we'll go here. Where is it? Intro.
My name's How to Buy Lou, that's what they call me online. Everything that glitches, yeah, that channel's mine. Got filaments spinning in the middle of the night. Multicolor magic in the printer's light. Lego on the floor and slippers.
Oh wait. Sorry, time out. That's messed up that the letter was ripped because, yeah, it shouldn't have been. Maybe the post office opened it. They wasn't. Sometimes they do that. They open your mail. Thinking like it's contraband. Maybe they saw the last live stream when they saw that you used to work in the dispensary. My guy's got the good stuff. Just a little bit, that's all you need. Anyway, see you all next time.
My name's How to Buy Lou, that's what they call me online. Everything that glitches, yeah, that channel's mine. Got filaments spinning in the middle of the night. Multicolor magic in the printer's light. Lego on the floor and slippers on my feet. In my little basement where the air hums to the beat. Alexa turns the lights off when I say goodnight, but I'm still wide awake watching layers stack just right. Layer by layer, watch it come alive. Plastic dreams keeping this country boy high. Hear that motor singing like a late night bar in a basement room. I'm a backyard star. I'm How to Buy Lou and I'm a rock star. Basement stage, but I'm dreaming big and far. Blue plaid night shirt, sweatpants, guitar. Yeah, I'm building my fame from a filament jar. Market gas, Swedish orange front row every night. Glowing in the comments like a neon light. On YouTube, we're riding the stream. Small town channel, big time dream. I'm How to Buy Lou, I'm a rock star. Printer running hot at full speed every day. Multicolor layers stacking my way. Lego scattered on the ground. Country boy tech with a plastic sound. When I'm not printing, I'm flying my drone up in the sky where I feel at home. I'm a drone nerd, yeah, I roam around, buzzing through the fields with that freedom sound. Ventilation blowing straight into my mic. Can't read the chat, but I'm feeling alright. Maybe someday I'll slow it down. Catch every comment from this little town. I'm How to Buy Lou and I'm a rock star. Live in that basement boulevard. Market guy and Swedish forge in the dark. Lighting up the stream like a neon bar. Subscribing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hit that button, keep the dream alive. I'm How to Buy Lou, I'm a rock star. Yeah, I know I miss a comment line. Scrolling too fast, but I'm trying to shine. From America to wherever you are, we're building this channel like a brand new car. Filament dreams and a drone in the sky. Basement king and I don't know why, but every single stream feels right. Clap your hands if you love 3D. Clap your hands if you're nerd like me. Slippers on and a printer hum. Basement life, but we're number one. Hey, hey, yeah, we're number one. I'm How to Buy Lou and I'm a rock star. Printer glow like a lucky star. Blue plaid shirt and a humble start, but